Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everybody to Jeffrey's class today, Essential Oils for the Soul. We'll be taking a break today from 12 to 1, and I want to remind everyone who is here to please turn off your telephones, and please, at the breaks, remember to allow Jeffrey to also have a break so we won't all come up with our questions, please. And I appreciate everyone being here online. And if you have questions, please send your questions online to Joe. And what email are we using, Joe? Is it?
aucm.org.
It's
aucm.org@gmail.com.
And for questions online, it's aucm.org@gmail.com. aucm.org@gmail.com. So that'll be for your questions online. And for here, you can write your questions and just put them on the desk at breaks, please. But remember, for those of you who are online and for those of you here, all of our questions today are going to be on the topic he's teaching, not what he may have taught a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. Let's stay to this topic, please. And again, I want to thank everybody for being here. And mostly I want to thank Jeffrey and Joe for his always amazing ability to give us such a great experience online. So thank you both.
Thank you. Okay.
Didn't sound like a microphone.
Okay. Well, I have the mic. That's for the room, so maybe that's why. Okay. So is it better now at this point? No? Okay. They'll turn it up. Okay. Okay, is it better now? Okay, so good morning to everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our two-day discussion, I should say, on the use of essential oils for the soul. Before I begin, I obviously want to thank the organizer of Taoist Healing Arts, Dr. Sissy Mahebe, because I've been told that the J is pronounced with an H here in New Mexico as well as in Arizona. So anyway, I want to thank Dr. Mahebe, as well as thank Joseph Chai for the online experience that you're going to be receiving. So our topic today is on the use of essential oils for the soul. So basically what we're going to be looking at is the idea of how do we modulate, right, the kidneys, or what we call the essence of the body, the water element, in terms of its mother-child, right, aspect. The mother of the water is metal, and the child of water is wood. And most of us know when we study Chinese medicine that metal is associated with the pole, which is one aspect of the soul, and the wood is associated with the hun, another aspect of the soul, and then the component by which the water basically serve as guardianship to. And that guardianship is sometimes called the control cycle, right? A guardian is someone that basically or ideally helps us to navigate through our lives with guidance, right? And sometimes very protective aspect, right? And that's the relationship between water and fire, which is the Shen, okay? And it recognizes the nuances, right, of how our thoughts and our emotions, when they're not properly regulated, can materialize and become reality, right? By which the Jing is financing, right? That which becomes part of the Shen that becomes embodied as a body that we think of as the Jing. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that when we think of the word soul in Chinese, as obviously the number of different attributes, right? It's very different from the Western definition of the soul, right? And the way we often think of the soul is basically the embodiment of the spirit, right? In some type of form, right? Some type of tangible form that we think of as matter, right? So something that's spirit that then enters into a body, and that body now becomes a living body, an organic body, okay? And the component that allows for that intangible aspect of the spirit to become the body is referred to as the Jing, right? So we have this term that we use in Chinese medicine that's often translated as the essence, right, of the body, right? And the word Jing, as we know, consists of, right, two characters. The first character, right, is the character Mi, which represents rice or grain. Right? And of course, that's very important in an agrarian society and an agricultural society, right? Because that's a society whose staple is based on some type of grain that one is consuming. But the word Mi is also reflective of an energetic ideogram, right? It's reflective that creation, right, begins with some type of consolidation of energy. That consolidation of energy is conceptualized as a whirlwind, right? There's a spiral that begins to coil, and it gathers a field of energy, and that nexus of energy that gathers as it begins to coil begins to then, right, solidify into reality. As that energy begins to coil, it has the opportunity of moving up, right? It also has the opportunity of, right, moving down, right? So it has these different type of vectors that it can work with. So the ascension and the descension, and very often we see these symbolisms in a lot of these very ancient, like, stone carvings. So if you travel around the world and you've gone to many of these very primitive sites, on caves you might see these very primitive diagrams, right? Usually associated with spirals, right? They might be, you know, just like spirals that we see, right, in one form, or maybe you might see spirals, right, where they are now in duality with each other or something like that, right? So that's reflective of this understanding that energy, right, basically begins to spiral. And the most common form of that you see is by wind, right? We see how tornadoes, or sometimes just walking through the park or walking along the streets, you see when there's a gush of wind, how it begins to create a coil, right? The most extreme expression of that would be a tornado. But we also see that it also occurs within the context of water, right? So that if you are, let's say, canoeing, right, kayaking or rowboating, every time you paddle, you notice that as you move the water, it also moves in a spiral. So this idea of wind and water represents the process of creation. Collectively, it's called feng shui, and some of you already know, right? Feng shui is, in modern times, is the Chinese term for geomancy, right? It's recognition that the earth has these very energetic sites, and that these energetic sites contain very powerful nexus of energy. So as we look at the earth having these very powerful energetic sites that's created by the wind and water, that's fashioned by wind and water, the human body, which is a microcosm of the earth body, also has these energetic sites, and these energetic sites in the earth body, right, that you might see with places that people have experienced them. Not everyone experiences them, but let's say if you went to Sedona, that's pretty popular, right? That people experience that as a major acupuncture point that's on planet Earth, right? Now, just like if I palpate a point for some of you, you might feel that point. Others might not feel that point. So you can't say, well, you know, that person is insensitive because when they went to Sedona, they didn't feel anything, because that's not a nexus of energy for them. They don't resonate with that particular area. Other areas that they resonate with, you might not resonate with. And that's the idea of a living body. That a living body is not just something that is uniform to the human experience, but rather, right, it's an individual human experience. And so this idea that as these vectors begins to get created, where we try to look above and we try to look below, above is represented by again, the concept of the sky, the concept of heaven. Below is represented by the concept of the earth, right? The terrain. And that, again, would be another way of saying the word wind and water, right? Just that way would be heaven and earth. So we have the ascension above and that which is below. So as things go above and below, right, we also see where we want to make the contact between left to right and right to left, right? So we begin to see the appearance of, right, the cross, right, in terms of a diagonal cross rather than the vertical cross that you might be familiar with, that, right, this can be also be created, right? You have the vertical axis, you have the horizontal axis, right? And then you have the diagonal axis, and that's the ideogram for the word, right, me, right, which again represents this idea of the component that sustains our life. And in a Hungarian society, the major component are the grains that you consume, the rice in the Asian culture, or the millet that they also consume in the northern part of Asia, right? Or maybe the wheat that we consume, the oats, the barley, the rye. So these are very common grains, right? They sustain the energetic flow of the body. So, and that, of course, this word is why, right, this is, as we know, the Chinese radical for the word Ren, right? And that word radical for Ren, of course, is this ideogram that we have in the past of a person standing up, right? Just that here in the old days, that person standing up would be having his head looking toward the back. Today, right, later on, I should say, not today, but as that ideogram begins to change, the person's head is now looking forward instead of looking backwards. And that's the Chinese character for a person, right? So in other words, the person is based on one's destination. The two lower, right, images represent your legs, right? Then you have the vertical body, right, the torso of your body, and then where your head is orientating toward. Right? In the Chinese culture, they believe where you come from comes from your ancestors. That's why you're always looking behind you, back toward your past, toward your ancestors. Later on, right, one might say, well, the past is the past, right? What we should be aiming toward is to look toward the future, right? Some of us are stuck in the past, right? Right? And others, right, basically are more sometimes, right, anxious about the future. So it's this concept that humanity is always, you might say, cursed by the fact that you can't be present. That's why so much of the New Age community is trying to emphasize being present, be it through the writings of Eckhart Tolle, or be it through Buddhist teachings, Taoist teachings. A lot of these religious as well as philosophical teachings or mystical teachings emphasize being present. Because if you're stuck in the past, you cannot really move forward, obviously. And if you're always thinking about the future, you cannot then fully live in the present moment. So, but that's the curse of humanity. So it's up to you. That's why when we made this character, right, we don't take the head and move it somewhere. We just kept it upward, right? So it's just written, right, vertically, and then you create, right, the legs, and that's the way you decide where you want to go, right? So you stay in the past, future, or the present. And most of our emotional, mental, right, upheavals, right, are usually because of something on the past. We call that trauma, right? Some of us might take ownership that we have a post-traumatic stress disorder, and somehow you can't seem to get out of it. So you're stuck in the past, right? And some of us, right, are so much, right, feeling that the current state of affairs that you're in is so horrible that you're always, right, daydreaming, projecting, and looking toward the future for something better to occur in your life. So you're not really living in the present because you don't want to take ownership of that present moment, because it's too maybe, right, entrenched with suffering, and all you want to do is look, right, until this is over with, as very often people might say. And that's basically the dilemma of human existence, right? So even if you are consciously reflecting on your life, how much is your day-to-day existence, right, sabotaged by what you're thinking about what's going to be for lunch, what's going to be for dinner, what's going to happen tomorrow? That means already you are right ahead of yourself, and how much of your time is predicated on the past. You know, maybe someone that you are involved with and you want that person in your life. So again, right, the past begins to haunt you. And it's the trapping of the past in the present, right? I mean, the past that sabotages the present, or looking into the future that sabotages the present, and that's called the aging process. You don't age if you're present. You only age because it's a time component. You're stuck in the past or the future. And that's what it is. This radical is the person who is now moving on a horizontal line, right, from the past, present to the future, right? And that we call that basically, right, one of the radicals for the word Ren, right? And the context of it is, how can I use this image of myself, right, to integrate the past and the future into the present moment into one, right? And so now you have this second character, right, which is one, and known as, again, as a horizontal character, right? Which is interesting, right? In the West, when we write the number one, we write it as a vertical one. And the Chinese is written as a horizontal one, right? In terms of numerology, that's how we write that, even though that comes from the Arabic system, but we basically write it differently, right? And so, right, this threshold of time, right, begins to potentially, right, be also that which allows you to become one with yourself, okay? And then you have this, right, radical, right, that represents a component of a hook as one component of it, right? The other component of it sometimes is associated with a cliff that someone is looking down on, right? So you're looking down, right? And again, you can look up or down. When you reach the cliff, you know this is a threshold. Once you step out of that, right, either you're going to fly, right, or you're going to sink. Right, when you get into that threshold there. Most of us obviously sink, right, because we haven't understand the element of, right, how to, you might say, ascend, or you might say in the Western context, the element of taking that water, right, because water can flow downhill, but water by osmosis can also flow uphill, right? When we think of geysers, like Old Faithful, right, we think of things that, right, comes up instead of moving down, right? But for most of us, right, gravity pulls us back down. So that's the Chinese character for Qi, right? Here's our grain character. Here's our person, right, entrenched with time, and we have Qi. So Qi is the negotiating factor of how you choose to live your life, and how that life can potentially bring you back to, right, being present or being one with oneself, right? That's the nature of Qi. So the word grain, right, or this, right, that we find in the word Jing, which represents essence, is also found in that word Qi, right? So this, of course, is very important in Chinese medicine. And so once you understand these conceptually, and you realize that part of Chinese medicine is teaching us to be present with ourselves, rather than, you know, when a person comes in with illness, they're already, remember, not present with themselves. They might be present, right, with their condition, but they're already thinking about, how can I get rid of this problem, right? They're thinking already about the future, right? They might even ask you about the future. If I do these treatments that you're gonna give me, right, be it any modality, it doesn't matter what my system you've practiced, right? It could be Chinese medicine, Western medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, right? It could be any type of medicine, right? That medicine, in some cases, offers us a prognosis, That means we believe there might be a good prognosis, a bad prognosis. Prognosis implicates that there's a time element. A good prognosis means that you're going to recover within time. A bad prognosis means within time you're going to get worse and worse, and you might, in certain conditions, die. So we are interested in that, right? We as patients wants to know, when is the pain going to go away? All right, when is the itch going to go away? When is the tumor going to shrink? So we are already anticipating, right, that we want something to occur in the future. And your anxiety over that can very often be quite problematic, okay? It can sabotage the healing, right? Just like fear, if it's a poor prognosis, can sabotage the healing. If we're saying, well, you're not improving, all right, we don't see that you're getting any better, right? Or you don't see yourself as improving, right? Every day you wake up and the pain seems to get worse. So it means you're not improving. And if you believe that the next day is going to be the same, right? Fear, remember, right, basically as an emotion, right, shuts down the body's immune system, right? So that means already your emotion is sabotaging the healing. You all know that, right? What is extreme fear? Extreme fear is called shock. And when you go into a state of anaphylactic shock, right, the body shuts down, the body faints, the body doesn't want to react. And so when you have, right, instead of acute shock, you have long-term shock, long-term fear, you're gradually shutting down the body's immune system. And so that means that you're sabotaging really the healing process. So, and that's again, one of the testimonies of the soul, right? The soul here is in many ways attempted to bring us to a state of completion, right? That our existence is trying to correct or to try to restore, or to try to relive, to try to compensate, whatever the belief is. Some people believe in karma, right? Some people believe that it's just unfinished business, but there's the belief that the soul, right, is here for a reason, right? Those of us who come from a moralistic, right, venture, right, think that that reason is because you have to correct something that you did in a past life. Right? And by judgment, it might have been something bad. So this is a life of redemption, right? And because of that, this is why you have to suffer, because it's through suffering, right, that one can, right, in some ways, become realized, right? That's a Buddhist precept, right? That life involves suffering, and once you become aware of that, and you begin to understand that suffering, right, which is caused by desires, right, then you can be able to transcend that suffering, right? So that these are, again, religious ideologies that some have developed and some of us believe in. So again, a really big part of your soul is, what do you believe, right, represents the existence of your life. So, and what you're trying to do is to Qing, right? Qing, right, it represents this idea of, right? It's reflective of the word Ju, right, which represents the host, right? Right. So again, right, we saw the vectors already, right? That there's a vector above, there's a vector below, and each vector is horizontal because they move through time, right? When I look at the sky seems to change with time. Right? I see planetary movements, right, within time. I see, in very simplistic context of time, the sun, its sunrise, its sunset. I see the moon and how the moon changes, the phases of the moon. So when I look up, it seems to have an element of time, right? And then we have the earth below, and that also has an element of time, right? We see it through the 4 seasons. Right, how the earth, right, maybe becomes more, right, engendering with life, with the lushness that we associate with spring, right, or the harshness that we see with the winter. So we see changes also upon the earth, and we, right, I try to make this connection between heaven and earth. We try to create a bridge between heaven and earth. Right? It's not easy. Right? So this word already means go. It involves work. It involves effort. You can't just come to realize that you have to work on it. Right? And that's the basis of early Chinese medicine, right? The early chapters of the Neijing and the Su Wen in particular is how do I live in harmony with the factors of heaven, right? With the cycles of heaven, the planetary changes, with the influence of the sun and the moon, and how I live in the earth and the places I've chosen, maybe not by choice, right? But nevertheless, you still have a choice. Right, wherever you live today, you still have a choice if you want to stay there or you want to move out of there. Right? Now, granted, there might be economical situations that forces you to stay in wherever it is you're staying, but nevertheless, there is a choice that's made. Right? So an earthquake occurs, right? You can't blame Mother Nature. You made the choice to live there. Right? So you become not a victim, but basically you participate in the environment that you live in. Right? So that's what that guardianship means. That's what humanity is. That humanity, right, basically has to work on making a deeper understanding of the cycles that occurs in above and the cycles that occurs below. And then as you yourself, right, begin this process of, right, time, aging, right? Aging is to try to help you to achieve your purpose. And when you achieve your purpose, you become known as a Huang, which means a king, right? An emperor. Well, emperor is usually with an empire, right? A king is usually more with a principality, a local, right, area, right? So we become your own individual sense that you have basically achieved your purpose in life. And that's what a king should, right, represent. Right? All the things that you have tried to conquer or conquest, all the questions that you have asked about life has been fulfilled. So you lived a very fulfilled life. You don't need to ask any more questions. If you need to ask questions, it means you're still like ambivalent about like who you are or what the world is, and you still need to find solutions, right? So a king means there's no longer any questions. They have made the conquest. And that's what this, right? So when you are able to come to that realization, there's a dot on your head, often represented in symbolism, right, in religious symbolism as the third eye, or the top of the head, the crown chakra. I mean, I use the Hindu system, but very often depicted by jewels, right, that they place upon the crown, upon the third eye, right, that we see, right, in emperors when they put the crown on, right, there again, there's that symbolism, right, of whatever it is, concentrates itself to the center, and from there everything moves up toward heaven. Like the symbolism of the prayer position, right, where everything points upward toward heaven. So that's the word Ju. Ju is the host. Means I'm willing to host this body of mine. I'm willing to host, right, and allow this, right, germ, right, of life, this grain of life. Right? But remember, it can also be a germ because it can also be from that pathological perspective that for some of us, our life is contaminated. Okay? And the radical, as some of you know, underneath here is the radical for the flesh. Right? So the flesh that embodies the vectors of life is now, right, reaching a state of completion. And that's the word Jing, right? That's the essence. And what we're studying is the essence of a plant, right? There's the essence of stones, right? There is the essence of plants. There's the essence of animals. There's the essence of the human form, right? That's called their Jing. Anything that allows to, flesh means basically something that becomes matter, that becomes material, right? Everything, this paper, right, has, right, is materialized, right, has a vibration. It has a spirit, right, or you might call a soul, right, that's in this paper. So, and again, I could take this paper and encode it by writing on it. I could take this paper and fold it up and create certain designs, right? The Japanese with origami, right? Definitely their skill of manipulating and folding the paper, right? So that the paper now, right, is already representing something. It's not just a blank piece of paper, right? It has, right, words written on it. It's a letter, right? It's a, you know, it's a chart. It's a, right, design. So everything in life, has purpose, right? Has meaning. And what we're trying to do is we're looking at the essence of an oil of a plant, and we're using the essence of that plant to vibrate with the essence of the human body. At least that's what our interest is. You can use it with the, and apply it to affect the essence of animals too. Right? People can use essential oils on animals, right? On cats and dogs, on horses, right? In veterinarian medicine, right? And just like humans, right? Some of these oils we're going to be very sensitive to, right? So certain oils are going to be very sensitive to certain animals, and as a result, right, they might be considered contraindicated. You don't use these particular oils for these particular types of animals, because animals, again, have certain qualities, right? They have certain elemental tendencies, and as a result, they have a general sensitivity to certain types of plants, just like humans, right, have certain sensitivities to certain plants. Right? Some of us here have allergies to, let's say, strawberries, or maybe you have allergies to crustaceans, to shrimp, lobster and crab, or maybe you have allergy to peanuts or something like that, or allergy to soy. So those are relatively, right, non-toxic substances, but for some of us, we react to it as if it were toxic. So we just want to recognize that as we look at different essential oils, that not all of these blends are going to be necessarily useful for everyone, because all of us are relatively different. And what we want to do is we want to have choices. That's why, just like I said, you make a choice about where you want to live, you can make a choice about which blend you want to use for your patient or for yourself, okay? So this idea of Jing, right, you can see now, right, is this concept, right, that we already associate with the vectors of creation, or that which we might say sustains our creation. That would be the translation of it as the grains of life. And then you have the character, right, that represents the host, which is yourself, right, and that, right, is now embodied in the flesh in terms of a bodily form. That's the word Jing, okay? So it represents essence. Now the word, right, collectively, if you just take both of the characters together, it means the color, right, blue or green, right? It also can mean, right, the state, right, the status, right, of oneself, which is generally associated with being young, right? Sometimes, right, if you want to give it a negative connotation, right, usually by those who are of a older connotation, right? We think of young as sometimes immature, right? Right, so the word Qing can also mean someone that's young, right, relative to age, right, and so, or someone that's immature. Right? Immature means basically you have not stabilized in the way you think and in the way you feel. Right? That's what immaturity is. Right? You haven't stabilized. Right? You're not predictable yet. Right? That's why you're immature. We can't predict. Right? So is that a blessing or is that a curse? Right? So I leave that up to you to decide. Okay? And it also, right, normally with the radical water next to it, right, But very often, even without the radical of water next to it, it also means to purify. Right? Right? To have clarity, to have purity. So the word Qing, right? And that's where we're really pronouncing this character from. Right? You have the character Mi, and you have the character Qing. And right, we just changed the tone a little, and that word now is Jing, right? So Jing, which represents essence, right? And the reason why it's blue is when we look up, you see the blue sky. When you look down, you see the blue ocean, right? And the sky and the ocean, right, their collective creative force creates the lushness, growth, right, that we see especially associated with spring, the pastures, right, the green, right? So that's why it's also translated as the word green, okay? And so again, right, it has a color component. That Jing represents growth, right? Jing represents the state by which we go from young, from immature to maturity, from unpredictability to predictability, from being relatively unstable to being very stable, right? And that Jing, right, is also a way to purify, right, one's soul, right? So each existence come into being for purification of one's soul, okay? So that's going to be our emphasis, right? Because even though we're looking at essential oils, right, which is the essence, right, of the plant, we're really interested in our discussion today, right, on essential oils as a way to help us, right, capture what an essence really is, right, to help us be present, right, because being present automatically reduces anxiety. Anxiety, remember, is, right, someone who is already anticipating something in the future, right? And then they have the belief that in the future, right, it's going to become something that's bad. So it's not very healthy to be anxious, right? So that means, you know, you have already a very anxious mood. From a Western point of view, right, this idea of working with the soul or working with the emotions or the mental aspect would be, from a Western point of view, working with one's central nervous system, one's autonomic nervous system. In other words, you basically, from a science point of view, right, if you think of your psyche, right, your mind, right, your thoughts, your feelings, right, however words you want to, right, use to describe that, right, we call that the Shen, right, and the Shen, right, Shen, right, represents also your emotions, your feelings, your thoughts, your psyche. Right? As we put it in very organic point of view, we call it the heart. Right? But the heart in Chinese also represents your mind, right? Your feelings. Okay? So we put that in that context relating to the heart. Okay? And of course we know that how you feel does affect your vascular system, your blood pressure, your heart rate. Right? If I'm anxious, my heart is racing. Right? If I'm anxious, I might have hypertension. Right? If I'm more calm, right, I might feel my breathing is slowing down, my heart rate is slowing down. So we definitely know that the vascular system, the blood system, is affected by the way we feel. Okay? Now at the same time, right, when we look at this word Shin, right, heart, right, we said that word very often, when the Chinese speaks of it, refers to the mind, right? But there are different aspects of the mind, right? There's the mind that is, you might say, right, associated with cognition, right? Associated with, let's say, memory, right? Learning, right? Cognition is learning, right? How do you learn? Well, learning depends a lot on memory, right? So If you have good memory, most likely you're able to be a fast learner, right? You have good memory, which means that you have like 3 basic components, right, for memory. One, right, is the ability to, right, recognize something, right, recognition, right? You looked at this, you know, you're able to say exactly what this is, right? Because you have a recognition of it. Right? Someone at some point early on in your life taught you that's right, a cup or something with a similar word of that, right? You might say, you know, a paper cup. You might even define it more, right? So that's recognition, right? But now I can recognize it, but I have to be able to say it, right? I have to be able to bring that recognition, right, and be able to retrieve it so I can verbalize it, right? Some people recognize, but they have a hard time verbalizing it, and in the West you call that dyslexia. Right? When you cannot communicate what you already can recognize, but you can't seem to get it out, right, in terms of communication. And that's becomes a dyslexic person, right? So that means they have trouble in terms of, right, this idea of retrieval. I recognize it, but I have a hard time retrieval, right, of getting that word out into my tongue, right, the speech, the communication, okay? Memory, of course, also represents recall, right? We could say, remember what we did yesterday, right? When you ask yourself, what did you have, let's say, for dinner last night, right? That means I'm asking you to recall, right? As you're recalling, you recognize, oh, this is what I had, right, for dinner. This is what I drank for dinner, right? So you are also retrieving at the same time, right? So all of these are part of the, right, memory process, right? And all those are functions related to the mind, right? That's one aspect of the mind, memory, right? Cognition, right? Right? From a Western neurological point of view, because in the West, right, because we have to be able to explain this to our patients too, right? Your patient comes in and they have a very dyslexic child, right? And you want to help, right, that particular person given a Western diagnosis, right? So that means you have to use Western languaging. And with a lot of these so-called emotional, mental, cognitive types of domains, right, we tend to look at neurotransmitters, right? That's why it's usually related to the, right, the brain, right, and the spine, the central nervous system, right? And you might use, right, these neurotransmitters to explain what's going on. Right? So like acetylcholine, right? Acetylcholine would be a neurotransmitter that's very much involved with memory, right? So what then you might say, oh, this essential oil stimulates memory because it stimulates, right, acetylcholine, right? So it might be very useful then for someone who's losing their memory, like in Alzheimer's or in dementia, okay? So that means from a Western, right, perspective, right, as we know, and we might need to do a brief review for those of you who are very new to essential oils, that, right, one way, because we do live in the West and we have to be able to integrate with our Western colleagues of what these essential oils are doing. So as we know, right, if you're looking at the soul, which obviously is not a medical terminology, right? Right, that soul and the way it's being described is going to be relating to our mind, right, which in Chinese is related to our heart. And we look at different faculties of the mind, right, be it the faculties that relates to our emotions, right, so someone who is anxious, someone who's depressed, right, mood disorders, right, which means from a Western point of view, you're looking at serotonin levels. Right, so what oils can affect serotonin? Because serotonin modulates one's mood. Right, I could have a very happy mood today. I can have a very depressed mood, right, today. Right, we also know that there are correlations. Right, I have a very happy mood because I had a really good night's sleep. Right, that's why I'm happy. Right, or I had something that was really delicious, right, very savory, and I'm happy. I had such a nice meal. Because serotonin regulates sleep, It regulates appetite, it regulates mood, right? So it regulates a lot of these things that we associate with in Chinese medicine relating to Wei Qi, right? Not surprising, right? Bulk of your serotonin is produced, as we know, in your intestines, and that's that gut-brain relationship that we see. So you might then, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what kind of essential oils helps to stimulate all these, the word should be modulate, but you have too much, too little, it tries to balance it. Serotonin levels, right? So that would be one interest that you're interested in, right? So these are neurotransmitters, right? Right, but mind also, as we know, right? So it's not only about your feelings, right? Your mood, right? It's also about your thoughts, right? And your thoughts can obviously affect your feelings and vice versa, right? And what are your thoughts right? What are your thoughts? Well, your thoughts in life, right, is that most of our thoughts in some ways is trying to establish a sense of purpose in our life, right? The things you're thinking about, right? What can I do maybe to make more money, right? That could be your ambition, right? What can I do to make someone love me more? That could be your ambition, right? What can I do to get rid of this problem in my life, right? So these thoughts are in some ways trying to, in some ways, achieve some type of reward, right? If someone loves you more, you feel rewarded. If you get more money, you feel rewarded. If you're able to get this fancy clothes, fancy car, fancy house, you feel rewarded, right? So dopamine, right, is your reward principle, right? So then what kind of oils then stimulates dopamine? So that stimulates me to feel that what I'm doing is on the right track. That what I'm doing is going to give me pleasure. It's going to give me the praise. It's going to give me the reward. So these are called examples of neurotransmitters, right? There's also GABA, right? What's that? Gamma aminobutyric, right? Acid. Right? So again, we have GABA, right? So we have all these, this would be the way that we try to explain it from a Western point of view. We try to explain that that essential oils can affect neurotransmitters, which means it affects the neurological system. And again, Western medicine likes to know about which agent, right? What are the actual neurotransmitters themselves? They look for things that are tangible. Right? Something like qi is so intangible to them, they can't fathom, and they try to create what qi is. Right? It's the neurological system, it's the vascular system, it's the lymphatic system. These are the structures that they could only work with. Okay? But qi is gone with a dead body. Right? When you have a dead body, you still could look, see the nerve stem they have. You can still see the limbs that they have. You can still see the blood vessels. You cannot see the qi, right? So that's why it's very different. Qi is only with a living body. So anyway, that's one component that we could think about the mind. The other component is that the mind, right, is hormonal, right? So instead of looking at it from a neurological perspective, you look at it from a hormonal perspective, right? We already know adrenaline, right, secreted by the adrenal glands, right? Cortisol, that's the stress hormone. So that means I could be anxious because I have a lot of adrenaline going through my system, right? That can cause me to be anxious. Right? I could be anxious because I have hypothyroid, because my thyroid is secreting, right, too much that causes my blood pressure to rise, and I feel all this pressure inside of me, and I don't know what I'm feeling bodily. I become anxious about it. So we can have a lot of these, emotional, mental, right, aspects occurring because it's endocrine rather than neurological, but again, they both affect each other, right, in many ways, right? So this would be the way that we would try to at least explain it from a Western point of view to our patients if they come with a Western scientific mind and they need some way of validating why this particular oil is going to help them. Okay, so right, that's one way that we can explain it. The other consideration, right, that we're also interested in is that we need to also be able to understand it from our own training of Chinese medicine. Okay, and in our training of Chinese medicine, we already mentioned that the soul, the Ling, right, which is the Chinese term for the soul, or at least I'm translating it as the word soul, right, that the Ling is the embodiment, right, of the Shen, the spirit, that then captured by a body, by the Jing, by the essence, right? So Jing plus Shen, right, creates a Ling, right? The Ling is the spiritual part of that connection. The physical part of that connection, right, is called the shui, which is the marrow, okay? Right, so the marrow, right, would be the material part of that combination. The spiritual part of that combination, or the intangible part of that combination, is called the Ling. The shui, as some of you know, in Chinese medicine is associated with the brain and the spine. So it includes the central nervous system. Right? We also know that the marrow, right, engenders the Ye, right, which is the thick fluids that in some ways can be corresponding to the hormonal system. So we're now able to make a bridge between Chinese thinking and Western thinking, right? That if I can affect the marrow, which in Western medicine includes your red blood cells, right? That makes you feel good because it carries oxygen, right? And oxygen gives you life, a sensation of vitality. Includes the white blood cells, right? White blood cells, remember, right, deals with how we defend against things that are bad, right? The bacteria, the viruses, the fungi, right? Those are going to be your white blood cells, right? Your immunoglobulins, right? Your neutrophils, right? Your basophils, your eosinophils, right? All these different aspects of the white blood cells, right? So again, right, the things that make you feel bad, you want to fight it off, right? And that's going to be your white blood cells. And then, of course, right, the battle after it's done, right, leave some scars, some trauma, right? And that's going to be your platelets, right, your thrombocytes, right? So you have, again, right, the components that we associate with the periods of our lives that we have major scars or major traumas in our lives, right? Your platelets, blood clotting factors, okay? So again, we know that certain essential oils affect blood clotting, right? It might help you to heal wounds faster. And if you heal wounds faster, right, that means you heal the trauma faster. Right? Some of us, right, feel so traumatized we don't feel we can heal. Right? And if you don't feel you can heal, you're not giving yourself the platelets to heal those scars. Right? And so as a result, you might have, right, you constantly, if you can't heal, feel bruised. Right? These platelets are constantly being stirred up, but it's not healing you. So you feel always bruised, right? Wounded. You're extremely sensitive, okay? So this is going to be how we try to take this topic and we reframe it. Now we look at the word Ling, which is kind of like how I started this discussion with. Right? Right, word Ling has 3 characters, right? Right, again, because the 3 gives birth to the merit of all things. So there is, again, a hierarchy of how they try to construct these ideograms, right? You have the Chinese character Yu, which represents rain, right? Rain, as we know, represents this idea of the connection between heaven and earth below, right? The clouds gather, it rains, it creates, right, puddles, right? It creates, right, it helps to, right, increase the water reservoirs, it helps to increase the lake, and then right, the wind gets it, by its spiraling quality, get it to evaporate. And as it evaporates, goes back to become clouds. So it represents this idea of traveling down to earth and then returning back up to the sky, right? So that's the idea of rain, right? That the soul, right, comes upon earth, right, in the form of life, right, and then it returns back to that which it came from, like the clouds, in the form of death, right? The life, right, entails death, right? And that's what the rain represents, that very beautiful symbolism, right, of water, by creating life, creating a cavity that holds that water, and then that water eventually dries up, right, and it returns back to the sky, right, to heaven above. So, right, so it represents this idea of, right, evaporation, condensation, right, convection, right, in terms of scientific principles, okay? And then you have the word, right, bin, which represents the idea of a byproduct, right? The rain is going to create a byproduct of heaven and earth. Humanity, right, or the soul is a byproduct of heaven and earth, right? It's a byproduct of heaven, spirit, earth, jing, right? The byproduct of it is a ling, right? And so it's a byproduct, it's the word bin, right? So the one gives birth to the two, so as a character is written like that, just that we just put it into a horizontal line and we give it that character of the three. And each one of these characters is called, which represents a opening, an orifice, a mouth, okay? And this ling, right, is said to have three apertures, three areas that it basically resides in, right? And again, it's just an idea that life is infused above, below, and in the middle, right? Just like heaven, earth, and in the middle, right? So they take the macrocosm and they put it in the microcosm. And in the microcosm, right, along the central axis of your body, right? So if this is heaven, do the body, that's your head. And if this is earth, right, that's your pelvis. And humanity, right, which is your thoracic cavity, all right, you have these three bony structures in your body, right? The cranium, the thorax, and the pelvis, right? It's mediated by the spine. So again, we have our, right, central nervous system again, right, taking place. And here you have your legs, right, taking place. So, right, these areas is where the spirit resides in, right? Again, it's just a metaphor. It really resides everywhere, but it's a metaphor. And what they did is they describe, at least in religious writings, that they metaphorically reside in certain areas that's above, right, below, and in the middle, right? In the middle area, it resides in the below area in do one, right? So right at the base of your coccyx, right, between the anus and your tailbone, lies this point that we call pole men, right? The doorway to one aspect of this soul, right? Pole men, right? This ling, right? We call it ling pole, right? So the pole, right, resides underneath this area, okay? Do one, right, in Chinese acupuncture. Then in the middle, you have the point do six, right, which is simply called the middle of the spine. So it's not even that interesting as a name, right? Just the middle of the spine. Do six lies another, right, ling that lies there, okay? And we call that ling hun, right? It's going to lie in that area, resides in that point. And then right as we get to the top of the head, right, at the point of do 20 by Hui, right, the 100 convergence is where the Ling Shen is going to reside, right? Three aspects of the soul, right? That's right. Each one of them has an opening, right, associated with that, okay? So these, and of course, in the front, we don't call them now right, doorways. We call these tian, fields, right? Right, we call these dantians, upper dantian, middle dantian, and lower dantian, right? And then we focus on the REM points, right? That's on the front, right? So we have this idea that the ling has three, right, receptions. The receiving of that rain, right? So the rain comes in, right? So when you think of, right, the rain, water, right? Obviously, water can be absorbed, right, through the air, right, through the mist that's in the air, or maybe simply the simple metaphor when it's rain and you don't have an umbrella and you get a drenching rain, right? Water can be absorbed by drinking water. I could take water and drink it now, right? So it's going to go right into my gut, right into my belly, my middle burner, right? And then, of course, I can release that water in the lower region through my bladder, right? So I have these openings, right? The mouth is an opening, right? My skin is an opening, right? And my bladder, right? My urethra, right? In this case, is an outlet, right, for water. So I have all these different things. I can sweat things out, right? I can expectorate water out by spitting at you, by expectorating phlegm, right? By some type of sinus discharge, right? So there are these upper orifices, and I can be, right, excreting water. But remember, even though you think you're excreting, if you take a bath, right, your urethra actually absorbs, by osmosis, actually absorbs some of the water, right, from the bath water back into your body. That's why a lot of times after you take a bath, unless it's a very hot bath and you're sweating, but if you take normal body temperature bath, you gain water, you gain weight. You put yourself on the scale because you absorb some of that water back in through your skin and also through the urethra, okay? So you have this idea of how essence, because water is a form of essence, right, moves to the body, right? So you have these three receptions, just like we talked about the reception of qi, right? The reception of lung qi, air, the reception of physical qi, food, stomach, and the reception of life itself, jing, kidneys, right? Collectively called sanjiao, like the three burners, right? Upper, middle, and lower burner, okay? And how it regulates this water, right? How it sets the temperature of the water, like bath water, right? It sets the temperature, the thermostat, the relationship between fire and water, right? As we associate with the idea of Shen and Jing, right? So we have all these different attempts, metaphors that we have created, okay? And so if we're looking at something that is very physical, right? We can see our own body, right? Our body's pretty physical. But where's anger? I can't see anger in my body. I see my fingers. I can, see my legs, but I can't see anger. Where's grief? I can't see grief. But you feel it, right? What is the thoughts, right, of what you're gonna have for lunch later? Where's that on your body? Is it just in your stomach because I feel hungry? So in other words, my feelings and emotions are part of the subtle body, right, rather than the tangible body. Okay, and this is going to be important because it's the subtle components, right, that we find in all things that represents more of the emotional, the mental. In other words, they haven't personified or materialized into creation yet. So when you look at essential oils, right, and you're looking at its chemical compositions, right, and again, we know that essential oil is basically the study of aliphatic, right, compounds. And these aliphatic compounds are called terpenes. Right? And most essential oil has a high amount, right, of these terpenes plus, right, these terpenes that is combined with a functional group. Okay, so as it's combined with a functional group, right, that's like looking at these components of the essential oil that mix up things that are very tangible in your body. Okay, like the limbs, like the fingers and your legs, or your blood vessels, or your lymphatics, or your bone, your skin. These are all very tangible things. But the things that are not very tangible are the things that are very subtle. So what we're really interested in are the things that are very subtle, the subtle compounds, right, that's in the essential oils, okay? Rather than just the gross compounds, right? I mean, gross is also meaningful too, right? If I came and I massage you and I rub your body, right, being caressed, being hugged, right, you feel good. Your mood, your serotonin levels are going to change because you feel someone is nurturing you, right? So it's very tangible, right? So that would be like, you know, me using the monoterpenes. Monoterpenes, as we know, right, stimulates serotonin levels, right? Affects your mood, right? And monoterpenes, again, you have a bunch of different monoterpenes, right? Limonene, pinene, right? These are common, right, type of monoterpenes. Right, so when you look at an essential oil and they look at chemical composition, right, limonene, which already is a giveaway, you know, is found primarily or commonly found in citrus fruits, be it in lemon, be it in lime, be it in orange, be it in bergamot, be it in grapefruit, all of these different citrus oils that we can use, right? You find, right, they have these monoterpenes, right? And when you use it, right, directly on the skin, right, they're irritating for the skin, right? But it makes your skin feel like you're being touched. And some of us haven't been touched in a very long time, metaphorically as well as physically. And so it stimulates then your mood, right? Oh, don't touch me, right? Well, that could be your mood, right? Or, you know, you could have a mood that really enjoys being caressed, being held, right? So again, right, it really depends obviously on the individual. So, right, so in other words, limonene modulates, right, serotonin, right? It modulates your mood. Right? And we all know that, right? Things that are citrusy tends to be very uplifting. It's like if someone's peeling orange right now, you will smell it. Everyone's going to want to know who's peeling that orange, right? Citrus have an uplifting. So if I'm depressed, you want to recommend to them, right, that they should have soaps that will have a very citrusy smell to it, right? A massage oil that has a citrusy smell. Maybe spray their pillows with something that's citrusy for someone who is in a depressed mood. And you would explain how that's happening because of not only the scent, which is one aspect of it, but the fact it has limonene. And that limonene, right, is very uplifting, right? I mean, cats hate it. Like, cats don't love, right, anything that's citrusy smell. That's why one way of, you know, getting your cat off of furniture that you prize, you don't want them to keep scratching, is to spray it with some type of citrus oil. Right? They hate citrus odor, right? So that's why, you know, not every creature is going to like that citrus smell, okay? Right? But dogs love citruses, right? You give dog a piece of orange, they love to eat that, right? So again, very difference in personality, right, between the canine and the feline, right? So anyway, that would be one example. Like pinene, you already know that, right? Like pine sol, the people rub and clean, use to wash their floors, it has that pine-like smell, that conifer smell, right? And that's a little bit more, right, helping you to be sedating, right? So it's not uplifting, it's more calming. It makes you be more reflective. You might want to diffuse that if you're trying to study for an exam, right? So it helps you to feel much more calmer, right? More balanced, right? In terms of your emotion. Pine would be better for someone who's bipolar, right? That fluctuates between highs and lows, right? We might want something like pinene, okay? So that's very physical, right? Because, again, these are things that you could smell right away, right? It gives you that very strong aroma. So, and that's like, me touching the body. That's like, you're very tangible. But if I say something, that's not as tangible, right? But certain words, as we know, are very powerful, right? To how you're going to feel, right? Maybe, if you call someone stupid. For some people, they take that very, very, very strongly. And that can have a major impact. So that's not tangible. It's not like I actually came and said, "Where's stupid in me? Where's stupid in me?" It's not like that, right? So, but in that, you need the things that are much more, you might say, that are subtle. And the subtle chemical compositions that we see in essential oils would be like the esters, right? They're not as commonly found. Right, the ones we know that are commonly going to be found, right, are going to be the terpenes in terms of, again, some of you studied with me in the past, the monoterpenes, the sesquiterpenes, the diterpenes, the triterpenes. All of these are very tangible, right, type of components that you see as an essential, especially the first two, the mono and the sesquiterpenes, okay? Once we get to the di and tri, that means you're trying to affect the hormonal system and how the hormonal system is causing certain type of emotional upheavals in one's life, right? So for example, a woman reaches menopause, right? And so with the cessation, right, of the gonadal secretions, right, estrogen, right, now the woman, right, is experiencing, right, trouble sleeping. They notice they're becoming more anxious. They notice that they're having maybe some hypertension. They have the muller flushing, right? They have these night sweats, hot flashes, right? Due to a natural decline of estrogen, right? Remember, it's natural. It's not something that's pathological, right? So when you do hormone replacement therapy, what you're saying to the body is that it's unnatural, that you should be having this type of hormonal deficit. And the experiences that you're feeling is because we know the adrenal glands are still trying to produce some of the hormones that are no longer being produced by the gonadal, right, by the ovaries, right? So that adrenaline flush is what's causing the rise in the night sweats, right, the hot flashes, right, making you feel anxious, making you feel nervous, right? Because adrenaline is now coursing to your body. So what you need to do is not do hormone replacement therapy. You have to balance adrenaline, because that's what's out of whack. Because the gonads are naturally, right, going to recede at that particular junction in one's life. To replace it with hormones means you are now adding gonadal, right, supplementation, be it do estrogen and progesterone, or just estrogen in some cases. Then you're getting other things to grow unnaturally in your body, and that can become cancerous too, okay? So this is where we need to, that's why a lot of cancers are hormone receptive, like breast cancer, right, or prostate cancer, right, that we see. So what we need to do is we need to balance adrenaline. That means we have to look at the essential oils that has a hormonal component based on the Western idea. That means essential oils that have diterpenes or triterpenes, right, to try to balance the adrenal glands that are now going out of whack. That can cause certain emotional issues as well, okay? So this is, the terpenes, right, basically comprise of these. And then, right, just as we do with stone medicine, right, sometimes, right, these elements, right, these terpenes are now combined with a functional group, right? And you have functional groups like alcohol, right? Phenols, right? Aldehydes, and ketones, right? These are the four most common functional groups they might be combined with, okay? Alcohol has a much more diversified, right, attribute to it, right? It could be a monoterpene combined with an alcohol. That would be a monoterpenol. The most common among the monoterpenol is linalool. And linalool is highly researched. Right? Linalool is said to impact GABA pathways, GABA receptors. Right? So again, it affects your mood and affects your emotions. So that's one way that we might say, oh, use lavender, right, if you're feeling anxious. And then your patient's asking why that, and they need a Western explanation. You say, well, lavender has linalool, high amounts of linalool, and it regulates GABA. Right? So that would be now at least science-wise, like providing an explanation. Okay? Phenols, on the other hand, right, as we know, are very powerful for boosting up the immune system. Right? They're more immuno-enhancing. Right? They boost up the immune system. So we might have, let's say, a certain emotional state in your life where you've been traumatized, right? Where you felt that, right, your body's ability to get rid of this pathogen, even though it might be an event in your life, right, has been limited, right? You keep on bringing back the trauma over and over again. So somehow your immune system is not able to get rid of it, or maybe your immune system is heightened because you keep thinking about it and thinking about it, but not resolving it. So you have an autoimmune activity taking place. You're constantly fighting, but you have no resolution, right? So you have an autoimmunity. So that can, right, be associated with one's emotional mental stress. That could be the cause of one's autoimmune activity. Self-hatred, right? Right, the inability to resolve something of the past, right, that allows things to be latent in your body, to allow things to constantly resurface. All you need is a trigger, right? And that then begins to cause you to have these, right, temperamental changes in your body. But you also become a different person, right, as a way to escape from that, right, particular trauma, because the temperament that you're in cannot withstand that trauma, okay? So you have to change yourself. And we often see how a lot of times people have a post-traumatic stress disorder changes who they once were, right? So that's a phenol that we might be interested in, right? Aldehydes, right, we know are going to be good for clearing heat, right? They're anti-inflammatory, in other words, right? They reduce oxidative stress, right? Because when you have inflammation, right, what that inflammation can do is it can damage your nerves, right? So oxidative stress could be neural, right, degenerative, right? In Chinese medicine, we would say that heat, that inflammation, generates wind. Heat stirs up wind. Heat that damaged neurons in your body will generate, right, pain, neuropathy, numbness, right? It can generate, right, wind signs and symptoms, right? It means neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's disease, right? Right? The heat can make you feel like whatever you do just can't seem to do it right. Right? I'm trying. That's going to be your excuse or your rationale that you are trying, but whatever you do can't seem to produce results. There's no reward. Dopamine is being destroyed. Parkinson's disease, okay? Neurodegeneration. So we might need some aldehydes. Aldehydes are very easy. They're the ones that smell very lemony, right? If they have a lemon scent to it, and a lot of times, right, the giveaway is that in essential oils, we tell you it's lemon, right? We say, oh, this is lemon myrtle. This is lemongrass, right? We give you, this is lemon balm. This is lemon verbena. So all those have aldehydes, right? Right, not lemon, right, but they have a lemon smell, okay? So that's one way of recognizing that has a fruity smell, right? And already we know, right, that anything that's citrus smelling, it's uplifting. So it's good for depression. It's good for heat consuming the chi, fatigue, right, lethargy, a lack of motivation, right? So you might look for aldehydes if you're looking from a chemical perspective. And then ketones, right, as we know, are mucolytic, right? Some of you might even be familiar with ketones to the ketogenic diet, right? To get the body to go into ketosis, right? Burning fat for fuel, right? And that's what ketones do. They gravitate toward fat, right? Adipose tissue, and they try to break it up. They try to reduce phlegm, right? Nodules, tumors, right? And again, I'm talking about tangible things. But think of things that are not tangible. That is phlegmatic. That is like a tumor, right? That would be an obsession, right? Obsession would be, right, where we might need ketones to break up that constant need to obsess and keep something, right, going on in your thoughts. So we might need, right, some type of ketones to try to break that up, okay? So these are the major parts, right, of essential oils. Then when you get into the more subtle things, I mean, they have, you know, traces of these, right, chemical compositions. There's not necessarily a high amount of it. Right, that's going to be the esters, right? It's going to be a very important part, right? The esters would be the most common, right? Usually that means they end with acetate, like linalool, right? Acetate, right? That would be an ester. And esters are first very, right, useful for helping to modulate the serotonin. That means it basically helps with moods. I could be angry, I could be depressed, I could be anxious. It helps to control it. It helps to give you a time off, right? They're considered the most balancing, like an even technique, right, in acupuncture. Right? I'm not going to tonify you, I'm not going to reduce you, I'm just going to try to balance, right? We call that an even technique in acupuncture. So it's like whatever you did as one technique, you do the opposite of that same technique in the same session. If I went clockwise, then I'm going to go counterclockwise. And that's an even technique. Right? And I'm going to be lifting and thrusting by focusing mostly on the thrusting, and then after it, I'm going to focus more on the lifting. That would be an even technique. Right? So in other words, you're doing a combination of both. And so acetates really does the same thing. So it's kind of like giving you time off to be present with what you're feeling, with what you're thinking, and working some of those things out. That's one component. Oxides are another group, right? Oxides are in particular the 1,8-cinnamol, right? Would be the oxide that we are generally interested in. Right, it's also referred to, right, that's the giveaway, right, eucalyptol, because it's found a lot in eucalyptus, okay? So eucalyptol is, right, the 1,8-cinnamol. And that again, right, is very powerful for regulating the GABA, right? So again, it regulates moods. And it's not again a high, with the exception of eucalyptus, right? You find oxides also in other essential oils as well, okay? So that gives you like a preview to how you might be looking at the chemical composition, right, of essential oils, right? And you might say, let's look at the one that the major components, that's like looking at how can I affect the major part of the body, right, to the subtle component, right? Do I affect the jing, the major, the gross anatomy, or do I affect the subtle anatomy, the shen, right? So again, you can work on both perspectives. Okay, so as I return back to this idea of the soul, right? And I gave you this analogy of the rain, right? And I talked about how the soul represents life and death, and that rain represents a symbol of life and death, right? Rain creates the lakes, right? The reservoirs, but then it evaporates, right? And it creates the clouds, and it comes back. So life and death, right? And then within that, we have like the three openings, right? The three apertures, right? Or orifice, right? And we again might see that these three apertures are anatomically found in certain parts of the body, which means if I want to do body work, I'm going to be very interested in this part of the body, right? In terms of working with the spine, or maybe working with these areas, right, along the dantians of the body, right? And then we have the third character, which is the character Wu. And Wu, of course, is the Chinese character for shaman, right? And it was the shamans, of course, who were the early emissaries that were able to enter these different states of consciousness that brought into our human consciousness the idea, right, of a soul. Right? Because we don't really have, right? We don't really, right? These shamans were able to go, right, above, below, right? They went into the underground, they went into the sky, right? Some of them depicted that by wearing outfits of birds, right? Almost as they were to be able to take flight, or sometimes they might wear outfits that were depicted of animals that buries themselves or burrows themselves underneath the ground, right? And they were a bridge between heaven and earth, as we saw earlier in that concept, right? And this is the person, right? Here you have is already that recognizable character for a person. And then you have another person. That means they went from one dimension, from one reality into another reality. And as they went into the other reality, they realized that there are multi-dimensions that exist upon this dimension. And they were able to retrieve information from that dimension. And part of the information that they retrieve is that there is no life and death, but a continuum of the soul, right? And this is the word ling, right? Which we represent as the word of the soul, okay? And since the soul is the combination, right, of the essence, the Jing, and the Shen, the spirit, right, that we can affect the soul by using things that can affect the essence of the human body. And that means we use the essence of some other form, namely in this case, plant essences, to affect the essence of the human body, right? That's why that's the essential oil. It's not any type of part of the plant, it's the oil of the plant, right? The essential oil of that plant, okay? And we want to affect that which is the Shen. And the Shen, right, is that which is easily affected by what we call things that are not tangible, but things that are vibrational, okay? Vibrational means we can affect the spirit by color, right? We can affect the spirit by scent, right? All right, we could affect the spirit by sound, right? This was why these are associated with religious traditions, right? Chanting, right? The use of incense, the use of elaborate color robes that they use in ceremonies to affect, right, our visual centers, our auditory centers, right? To affect our olfactory centers, to affect one's spirit, Or you might say it affects the brain, right, from a more Western point of view. So an essential oils, of course, has the scent quality, right? So they're focusing mostly on scent, unless you're doing, all right, what they call aerosoma, right, which is a system that you might have seen it as a European system, right, that mixes with essential oils. They also use plant mixtures, right, and then they use color, right? They have all these fancy color bottles, right, that's using color, right, contacts with it, okay? So we're using the scent to affect the shin, and we're using the essence of the plant itself to affect the jing, okay? Now, let's look a little bit into formularies. Okay, the reason I'm jumping a little ahead is, so my perspective, right, if you're going to make an essential oil blend, which is what I'm suggesting, I don't suggest using single oils. I come from a Chinese medical background, which doesn't like to use single remedies, right? Rare in Chinese medicine that you use single remedies. It's like you can't really study a person by just looking at the person and observing the person. You basically understand a person when they interact with another person, right? So there has to be, it takes two to tango, kind of like, right? It takes two to really create an interaction, right? So that's why Chinese, my formularies is based on a mutuality between you and something else. But it might be someone that's going to antagonize you, but at least by antagonism, you understand a little bit about, now I know what are the things I don't really like, right? What are the things that I'm aversion to? I also have friends, right? People that supports me. And it's nice to know that someone really cares and supports me, right? So it's through that mutuality of friendship, of antagonism, or right, whatever you say, they always say the exact opposite, right? They're always opposing you, right? Or whatever they say, they try to deflate you, right? You're in your extreme high or low, they bring you back to neutrality, right? So it's always nice to know that we have that type of availability of people that we can interact with. And same thing goes for plants and animals, right? So that's called formulary. Now, my ideal suggestion for all of you, if you're using my approach, is to create a formula that's constructed based on 3 ingredients or 3 oils. Right? Do not try to over-exceed that until you become more of an, I should say, proficient, or until you become much more aware and knowledgeable about these herbs or these plants or these oils. Those of you who study classical Chinese herbal medicine, especially the Shanghai tradition, might notice that majority of the formulas are very small, right? There might be 3 herbs, 4 herbs, 5 herbs. They don't really go into like some of our patent formulas that has been constructed in the West that has like 20 herbs in there, right? 12 herbs in there, 15 herbs in there. That means that whoever created it is either very confused, or they feel that, I'm not sure if this will work, let me throw this in and throw that in. And that's not necessarily that's more called a shotgun approach, right? So I don't recommend that if you really want to follow a classical thinking, because it keeps you very focused. So what you want to do is you want to have, essentially a base note, a middle note or moderate note, and a top note, okay? In other words, you're creating what Chinese medicine would say, that you have a principal, herb, a associate, an assistant, and an envoy. Envoys are not needed if you're going to be applying something topically. Right? Envoys are needed if you're doing something internally. I need to direct it to the head, right? From the gut. I need to direct it to your legs. So envoys are more important when it's being done internally. Here we're not talking about medical aromatherapy where you're taking oils internally. We're talking primarily about applying the oils topically, either through massage or applying the oils through diffusion with a diffuser. So it's inhalation therapy, it's topical therapy or massage therapy, right? It's not, and of course, it's already vibrational therapy, okay? So the bass note, basically, remember what these refer to, is just the rate of evaporation. How long it takes for that oil to evaporate. Now, sometimes it's very easy, right? If you take a bottle of oil and you let it drip down, if it takes a very long time to drip down, that means that oil is very viscous, it's very heavy. Those most likely are base note oils. Base note oils are, generally speaking, very dark color, right? They're very ambrish color, right? So you kind of like already know, oh, that's a base note by just looking at the color of the oil once it comes out, okay? Moderate oils, right, basically are oils that does drip out, but you can feel it doesn't kind of like spread on the skin very quickly because it's not, again, it has some viscosity in it. And those are middle note oils. Middle note oils usually are going to be more like amberish color or light amber color, light brown color, right? They sometimes could be white color, but usually if it's clear color, those are most likely going to be top note oils, unless they're citrus, which could be yellow, and those are also top note oils as well, okay? So this, and that means, right, if it has very little viscosity, it evaporates very fast because it's subjected to the body temperature. Your body temperature is going to cause it to evaporate, right? If it's very heavy, it's going to evaporate very slowly, okay? Now, the way I work, if I'm not lazy, that is, and I want to do intentionality in my blend, right? Because sometimes I just, whatever oil, I just do it, right? That's me being lazy. Is I would put out the oil, and then I would start with the base note oil, right? So it means I'm going to fill that into a container, right, of the base, right? Maybe a little saucepan, right? A little shot, you know, like a sauce dish, right? Pour that oil in, the base note, and then you would put in the moderate note, and then you would put in the top note, okay? And then you would, as you're doing this, each time you are, the base note, I'm stirring it up. I'm creating the vector of creation, the vortex, the circular, the spiral energy, okay? And then I put in my middle note, right? And then with the middle note, right, not only am I stirring it, but I'm also pounding it, lifting and thrusting of it. So it spreads out. Or maybe I'm lifting it, try to draw it in, right? So, and then comes the top note, right? Which remember is going to be very light. As soon as you sometimes have to be very careful because a lot of drops going to come out very fast, right? And then with that, right, depending on, you know, you might at that point take the dish and stir it this way, right? So again, right, I'm stirring it this way and stirring it that way, right? What I, you know, even though you might be concerned about the plastic and the plastic will interact with oils, I save the guide tubes from acupuncture and use that to stir, okay? If you want, you get the glass rods that they use in cocktail drinks, right? And you could use that to stir if you're concerned about the interaction between, because the guide tubes are relatively very thick plastic, so it's not gonna, I mean, interact unless you keep it in that solution for a long time, okay? So this is the alchemical, right, ritual, okay, of it, okay? So you are basically recognize that here I have as an essence of, let's say, cedar wood, right? Let's say decide I want to use cedar wood. I want to use a wood oil, okay? And then I'm going to put a moderate note on top of that. So let's say I use lavender, right, which is a moderate note. Right, it's clear, right, but it doesn't evaporate that quickly compared to top notes. And generally, base evaporates within 2 to 3 days, right, where it's fully gone. Right, moderate notes evaporate 6 to 8 hours, okay, and top note evaporates between 1 to 3 hours. Okay, so they evaporate relatively quickly. Okay, so as you are, acknowledging that here I have is the essence of cedar wood, and now I'm going to add in lavender essence into it, and it means you want to understand their mutuality. How are they going to interact with each other? Okay, So you have an oil that comes from a flower, right? So you could look at it based on the parts of the plant that is where the oil is being extrapolated from. Cedar wood tells you it's coming from the bark of cedar, from the wood of cedar, okay? Lavender it's a floral. It's coming from the flowers of lavender, right? So you have a wood and a flower coming into play, right? So already there's a difference in terms of the part of the plant that is being used, right? And so if you're looking at wood and flower, which can include the branch, right? And branch, remember, can then go, and within the branch you have the flowering taking place, right? Or maybe you want to have the leaf, right? So sometimes you might say, okay, if I'm using this based on the pot, I might use a leaf oil to be my top note oil, okay? So I might use the leaf oil, right? Or I might just want to enhance the lavender with another floral oil that's a top note oil, okay? Or maybe I want to enhance the root, the wood with a branch oil, right? That is the top note oil. Unfortunately, there's not really a branch oil that's a top note oil, right? But you could get flowering tops, right, that are top note oils. Like sweet marjoram is a flowering top. That could be I could use a leaf oil, like peppermint leaf, that's a top note oil. And then that would then help me to almost like think of it as where you have different parts that's helping each other, right? The wood is going to create the branch creates the leaves, and out of that comes the flower. So that means you are, in a way, creating a process, right, where the parts is almost like being resurrected as part of an alchemical ritual. Now, you don't have to use this as part of that idea, right? That's just a part. I can also be looking at it, right, based on the color, right? So here you have a cedar wood, which has an amberish color. Here you have lavender, which is a clear color. And then I haven't decided my top yet, right? But maybe I use peppermint, that's a top note oil. That's going to be clear color. So the clear color is going to take that amber color, cedar wood, and it's going to obviously lighten it up, right? So it's about lightening up the heavy load, right? The heaviness, right, of your body, of your mind, of your soul, and trying to lift it back up. Right? So that would be part of that idea. You're lightening something, right, from the darkness toward the light. So that would be another idea of how this blend is not just based on the oil, but based on color, based on the parts of the plant, or maybe based on potentially, right, what we call the energetics of it. Right? The energetics of it, course, is going to be Western is chemical composition. That's the energetics, right? So you might then look at all the different types of composition that you find in cedar wood, right? So it has the terpenes, right? Citrine, right, would be the terpenes that's found in there, right? It has also what we call the so-called alcohols, right? Citral, right, would be the alcohol that's found in there. So you will look at the chemical compositions, right? You will look at lavender as the mono, right, terpenol, right, that's in there, has the acetate that's in there, right? So you would look at all these different chemical compositions, and you would see how they will work as maybe a cocktail blend, or maybe in some cases do they facilitate each other. If something is warming and you combine it with something that's cooling, then it might not necessarily, at least from a Chinese medical perspective, you have a mutual opposition by temperature, right? There may not, but maybe that's what you need. You might need to oppose this patient, right, to give them the ability to think of the opposite side, right? So maybe they need a mutual opposition. They need herbs that are cooling and warming at the same time, okay? All right, energetics could be Chinese energetics. Chinese energetics would be looking at the oils and looking at what type of affinity that oil has, right? Right, look at how that affinity might be supported by the other oil's affinity. And that's now creating, and I want to suggest to you, when you put these intentions into the blend, that blend captures the essence of your thoughts, because your thoughts are subtle, but it captures it in that blend. Whereas if I just take the oils and I just kind of like shake it up and say, here, that doesn't capture the vibrations that you created in making that blend. That's my alchemy, right? That's why I call it an alchemical ritual. Now, some of you might know that this is the opposite of perfumery. If you're making a perfume, they begin with the top note oil, then comes the moderate note oil, and then the base note. So perfume is a constitutional blend, okay? Now, its perfume is not just because you want to smell good, but it's constitutional. So it's very different. Now, what we're doing is therapeutic blend. We're trying to create a therapeutic blend, right? To cause something, alchemy is to change, right? The constitution. Perfumery is to validate the constitution. So it's a very different type of approach. Right? And I would ask you to experiment, right? Be your own scientist or your own alchemist. Do a blend using the same oils, right? Start out with the base, middle, and top. Then do another blend starting with the top, middle, and base, same oils, and see if they have the same properties, right? That's the only way that you can validate if what I'm saying has validity or not, okay? So that's how I recommend that you're creating a therapeutic blend. Always begin with the base, go to the moderate, and go to the top, and take time to create an essence of life. Right? Because essential oils is different than herbal formulas, even though they are herbal formulas, but they're not right, the oils, right? That when we look at herbal formulas, then we're not looking at the oils, right? We're looking at water-soluble base components, right, of the plant that gets decocted into the liquid medium, which is water, that you're going to drink. So it's a very different energetics. And in that case, that is, remember, internal ingestion. Here we're looking at topical and effusion ideas, okay? So we're gonna take a short break here. It gives you at least the working basis, and then we're going to continue this discussion on the soul. Okay, so welcome back. We began this morning with this discussion about the idea of essential oils relating to this word jing, which I try to highlight the significance of what this word really is about, right? That this word deals with the directionality of where we want to go with our lives, right? Oh, no? Is that off?
Yeah, maybe I'm right in time. Is that?
How's it now? Is it on? This is on.
Different than before.
How's it now? Better? No, I think same, right? Think it's the battery pack?
Now start speaking.
Huh? Well, we're plugging into another one now. How's it now?
No.
Maybe back to the old one since she... That goes there.
Did it get turned off as maybe it's not paired?
Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, sounds like it's going to work. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so welcome back. So, maybe too loud. Basically, what we were describing earlier this morning when we began this session was we focus a lot on the word jing, which means essence. And of course, what we're using is called jing you. Right? You, of course, refers to oil, right? So essential oil, which is the hormonal component of a plant. So again, the essential oils of the plant basically helps to direct its growth cycle. It also, as we know, serves as a pesticide, an insecticide, a natural insecticide, right? That's why sometimes we use it, right? And we spray our bodies with essential oil as a way to ward off mosquitoes, fleas, and things that might be considered, pestilence within the body, right, or on the body, right? So when we look at essential oils, right, they can also be useful for certain type of things that one might say can result in a alteration in our soul, which in classical Chinese medicine would be related to parasites, right, to goo or to worms. And I already alluded to that earlier when I described that you have these three apertures along the spine that is said to be a residence of different aspects of the soul. And depending on the historical time period, these apertures were also residents of different energetic concepts that were developing at that particular dynasty or that particular time period. That was a reflection of how we thought of these areas as where parasites, or what they call gu, which means parasites in Chinese, or chong, which means worms, or shi, which represents corpse, can basically get lodged in. And as you see these particular parasites, you want something that's an insecticide. You want something that's a pesticide to help get rid of these parasites from the body. And essential oils can also be useful for that purpose as well. And we'll look into that a little later, right, as part of this understanding of the soul. So if we think of Jing as residing in the kidneys, which is part of Chinese medical thinking, but the belief that water is what engenders life. And since kidneys is the organ that regulates water, we assign to the kidney this idea of Jing. Okay? And we know already that based on what's called the 5-element theory, right? The 5-element theory has the mother of water to be metal, right? And the child of water being wood. Okay? And again, we all know that they created a very primitive creation story. You rub 2 pieces of wood together, you get fire. Fire burns the wood, it becomes ashes, that becomes the earth. Within the earth, you find metal. And then metal, when it comes in contact with air, which is what another, from the more European tradition, right? The idea of air as being another element in Chinese would be metal. So metal in contact with air causes moisture, right, to show up, and that's water, which then engenders wood. So they call that the creation story. So wood is created by water, and metal, right, combined with air, creates water. So that's why metal is the mother of water, and water is the mother of wood. Now within metal, right, is the pole, and within wood is the hun, right? So that's a creation story. Again, you don't have to believe that creation story, but it just allows them to have a working framework within a medical paradigm that they're constructing. And water, we know, puts out the element fire, right? And the fire is where we have the Shen, right? And that's what I use the term guardianship, that the water basically guards the fire so it doesn't get out of control, right? But at the same time, it can sometimes help the fire when it doesn't have enough fire, and we call that the kidney's yang, right? That goes to support the heart's yang. So anyway, right, we have these 3 components that represents the soul, right? So we have Ling Po, Ling Hun, and Ling Shen, right? And just like we described that each one of these reside in an aperture, in Chinese medicine, they have them residing in an organ instead, right? That the Po resides in the lungs, that the Hun resides in the liver, and the Shen resides in the heart. So again, right, the idea, because really the spirit is all around us. It's not really going to be in one organ, but it's just, again, a way to help us understand how to work with these particular organs, okay? So we have, right, these different aspects of the soul, right? The soul wants to create, right? There's a creative force behind the soul. Right? And that creative aspect of the soul is that where it wants to have materialization, right? It wants to have more life. Most of us long to have, right, more opportunities to do more things, to be able to experience more life, and that life is conferred by the air that we breathe, right? And that's why, you know, the lungs deals with the pole because it deals with respiration. And it's respiration that keeps us alive. Your heart can stop beating, but you still could be alive, right? The pole, remember, stays alive for a certain duration of time. It doesn't just vanishes, right? Nothing really dies right away, right? That's why, you know, when the human body might stop breathing, you might think that body is dead, but it still is alive, at least in the Chinese mindset, for a certain duration of time, depending which book you read. The general basis is that it's alive for 49 days, okay? So this is also important because during those 49 days, right, you want to, right, burn incense because the scent helps to free the soul, right? And very commonly in other cultures, they anoint the dead body with oils to free the soul. So it's either by burning incense or by anointing the body, right, the dead body with an oil blend to help them, right, have a sense of completion, right, that we see. The Chinese did not really anoint the body that often. It was more fumigation, right? They constantly burn incense, right? They're constantly burning candles, right? So that they are able to be like the incense that is made of some solid resin, that as you burn it, that resin begins to evaporate, that resin begins to burn. Like the human body, it begins to rise up like the smoke of incense into another dimension, okay? So the role of helping the pole, right, not to become attached to this material plane, right, was using anointing oils and using scent. If they did use anointment of an oil, the most common oil that was used was the oil cinnamon, right, gui, right? So you can already see the pronunciation of this word, right, that represents cinnamon, right, is also phonetic to the Chinese word that represents a ghost, gui, right? So they have very similar tones to them, okay? And again, it's not just cinnamon. They would make a blend, and usually it was a blend of 7 herbs, because 7 times 7 is 49 days, right? So it's like 7 herb ingredients that's in there, okay? Right, some of which will be aromatic scents, right? So they would take these, right, herbal blend, and they would basically make an incense, right? And they would burn that incense because the smell would then coat the body. So they're not physically applying oil on the body like you have in some of the Jewish traditions, right? But rather they are scenting the body through the fumigation of these scents, okay? The common recipe was that I'm returning back to the earth, so that you can see, right here you have the word gui, consists of the character, right, of earth, right, tu, right? And that's the same earth as in the 5-element earth, okay? Because what you might have already observed, what's missing, right, was the spleen, right, consideration, right? With all of these, you had the pole, the hun, the shen, and the jing, and what's not in these organ energetics is the spleen. That's the earth element, okay? So the word cinnamon, right, which sometimes is cassia, so they do sometimes confuse the two together, but has the Chinese character for earth. And when you die, the Chinese eventually are going to bury you onto the earth, right? Hoping that the earth will receive you. And then when you get into the earth, you enter another dimension within the earth, right, that we call the underworld. So there's the physical earth, but coexisting with that physical reality is another dimension, right, that we call a dimension of the under earth, right, or the underground, right? If you go into religious circles, you might call that hell, okay? And so there's another earth underneath this earth, right? So this is the physical body is in the physical earth, and the pole goes into this other dimension, right, that's within the earth. And cinnamon offers you the passage to that, okay? As you return to the earth, right, they use also di huang, right, Romania, right? Romania, remember, helps to reconstitute the body, sheng di, as we call it, right? Sheng di, Romania. It's a very thick, right, herb, some of you know, right? Sheng di is used for nourishing blood, especially shu di, right? And modern TCM is used to cool the blood. But sheng di in the old days was used for bone fractures, right? It helps to mend things that were broken, right? And was trying to reconstitute the earth. So it means as I go back into the earth, right? I'm going to be reconstituting back a new life as I come back into the next life, because the Chinese believe in the afterlife, okay? So shengdi was a very common part of this ingredient that they would make this incense with, right? There was also fuzi, alkanite, right? Was a very common ingredient also in this formulation. And by the way, this is also a formulation that was used for exorcism, because exorcism simply means, right, there's a pole that is not willing to go back into the earth, right? So they stay above the earth, they stay within the dimension that we're living in, and they sometimes can cause, right, hauntings, or they might cause for reasons that are very valid, right? They had, they die relatively young, they have a child, and they want to be guardians for their child. So they stay around until the child grows up, and then they move on. So that makes them becomes, you might say, friendly spirits, okay? But there are reasons for them to stay on, okay? So these formulas are also used as a form of exorcism, right? That when you burn this oil, or when you burn this incense, I should say, right, that you can use it for causing an exorcism to take place, right? There was also shi chang pu, which is a chorus, was another ingredient that was commonly found in this formulary, right? And that's sweet flag, or calamus, right? That's the herb, a chorus, and the chorus, as we know, opens the apertures, opens the orifice, opens the portals, so that this spirit, or this lingering force, is able to see the light, or to see the opening on the other side, and they're able to have a certain level of comfort, or level of not being afraid to move into that other dimension as well, okay? And as we said, there's cinnamon, that's in this formulation, right? The other herbs that are commonly combined in this includes pepper, right? The Sichuan pepper, right, the xanoctyllum, right, this is the, what we call the chuanjiao, so spicy, right, that peppery smell, that spice that helps to uplift, and more likely to help uplift the sorrow and the grief of those who are right now going through, right, as, the ones that are left behind, right, so not only you're fumigating the body for the dead, you're also fumigating the space for the living, right? And chuanjiao basically helps to lift up the atmosphere, right? Helps to lift up the energy that's in that room, okay? And then of course the use of myrrh, right? Muyao, right? Which is very common even in the Western traditions, right? As very spiritual type of resin that people use, right? The frankincense, right, as the other one that's very popular in Western herbalism, right? But in Chinese, right, muyao, right? Death, no medicine, right, can revive you from death, right? So in other words, let that be, move forward, right? Let that go, right? And myrrh, of course, means no medicine, muyao, right? No medicine, right? And of course, we know it's used in a lot of dita formulas for bruising, for trauma, for people that have, difficulty, right, getting over a wound, right? It regulates the qi much more than wuxia, right? When they often compare myrrh and frankincense. Frankincense more blood, myrrh, right, more qi, right? More helping you move through the pain, to the sadness, to the discomfortness of life, okay? And then the other configuration, right, which can change depending on but these always are going to be found. The other ones are going to be either lotus root, right, which some of you know is very starchy. It's basically, in my opinion, used as a filler, right? But lotus, of course, also has a symbolic representation, right? It's a plant that we know grows in a water substrate, right? So again, it relates back to this idea of the water element, right? But yet, out of that filth, right, out of that, right, swampy, right, dirty, muddy terrain comes this beautiful flower, right, that we see used a lot in religious circles. And lotus, of course, we know is psychotropic, right? The flower of lotus, right? It does have similarities to morphine, so it's very analgesic for pain, right? But they do use the root, right, which is O, right? O in Chinese is, right, lotus root. And that, right, when you powder it, it becomes very starchy, it becomes very sticky. So it holds all this ingredient together. And they would basically throw it over a fire pit, over an incense burner, right? Or they might roll it up into an incense stick, which is much later, my idea. But basically, they would use these 7 herbs, and they would fumigate the room. So to help the pole to move into a state of completion. Now, obviously, a lot of these are not essential oils, right? But right, some of these are essential oils. You could get the essential oil of cinnamon. You could get the essential oil of pepper, right? They do come, right? Peppercorn, right? As a common essential oil, right? You could get the essential oil of a chorus, right? Sweet flag, right? So you could definitely get those essential oils, as well as myrrh, right? It's a pretty common essential oil. And what you want to do then is you want to use an oil that helps to fulfill the treatment guidelines of what you're trying to do, right? So in other words, what you cannot find as an essential oil, right, you can replace with something that serves the same purpose, okay? So what we're looking at is first the idea of, right, gui, which is cinnamon. And again, in some cases, they would use cassia, right, which is still called gui in Chinese. Now again, in Chinese medicine, they do differentiate between what we call, right, mu gui, right, and dren gui. Right, the scholar cinnamon and the wood cinnamon. And again, depending on who you read, there are mixed opinions about that. Right, mu gui, right, according to Li Shijin, is cinnamon twigs, and dren gui is the cinnamon inner bark. Right, so some people, because we do use both of those herbs in Chinese medicine, right? Using the ones that come from the twig of the cinnamon, from the branches of the cinnamon, right, and then coming directly from the bark of the trunk of the cinnamon tree, right? So, but nevertheless, in the old days, they did not make that differentiation, okay? So I would say that the differentiation comes more, right, from Confucianism, right, because Confucianism was very much interested in, right, reverence for the afterlife, right? They were highly involved with ancestral worship. It's not uncommon to go into a relatively wealthy Confucian household and see generations and generations of ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall, right? So they were very much into this idea of supporting and paying homage and respect to one's ancestors. So dren is the ideal, right, person that you want to think that your ancestors, right, were able to become, right, scholars. That's why very often the ancestral portraits that you might still see a lot of times in these scrolls, all the way up into the last dynasty, right, they would draw the likings of one's parents, and they would anoint them, right, in the emperor's outfits, right, in the empress outfit, that they have reached what? The sense of conquest. They have completed their life journey, okay? So you have cinnamon, which you could get as an essential oil, right? So then you're opening the orifice so that they're able to see the light or to see the other dimension that is afforded by the word gui, which means in this earth there's another, right, earth that you're going to enter into, right? Depending on the religion that you follow. Some religion is a religion of morality. In fact, most religions are religions of morality. So if you did something bad in this life, those moral religions would say that you're going to go to a bad place, right? You're going to go to hell, okay? Confucianism believed the same thing. Buddhism believed the same thing, right? Christianity believes in the same thing, Okay, so they believed in a sense of morality. There are other traditions that doesn't believe that the afterlife is just another realm, another dimension that you go into. It's a dimension that is a intermediary dimension before you come back to life again. So it's just kind of like a waiting station, right, between life and death and then life again. Okay, Taoism would be among the religions that believe more into that type of idea. So they did not follow the idea of morality. Okay. So anyway, you need to have access to that, and that's going to be supported by Changpu, right? So again, Changpu, remember the name already, right? Especially if you added the word shi, right? It's really any plant that generally likes to find its footing on a stone. Sweet flag, as we know, right, loves to be in the water, right? But it loves to be along the stone, right? So it's along the stony side that you find sweet flag. So the more stones you put along the riverbed, the more, and if you're trying to cultivate sweet flag, the more harmonious you're going to get it to grow, right? So certain type of plants love to be right in a pond where there's a lot of stones in them, right? And sweet flag is one of them. So again, right, think of the stone, think of the idea of the earth. Right? Stone, remember, represents the solidification of the soil, the solidification of the dirt, the solidification of the gravel into a bigger, conglomerate stone, and that's Shi Changpu. Chang, of course, represents, again, going into the light, right? It has the Chinese radical for the sun, right? And it's double, right? So again, right, there's the light that's here, and there's the light in the other dimension waiting for us, right? Just like we have two earth, we have two suns, right? And that's the word Chang that we see, right? And then Pu, like Pu Gong Ying, right? Something that will enrich the earth, right? That's dandelion, is Pu Gong Ying. So wherever you see dandelion grow, it enriches the earth. And sweet flag is very high in mineral substrates. It's going to enrich the earth, right? And some of it would be because it's absorbing the minerals from the stone that is attached to, right? So it's an herb that we know is psychotropic. Right? It has the ability of causing someone to go into a trance state, right? So if you are burning that, right, you might, as the ones that are left behind, have apparitions of the dead. Right? So it's going to allow you to see the light that the dead is seeing, right, as well. Right? And that's the role of the chorus. Not only for the dead to see the light, to move toward the light, but for the living to maybe able to see them, right, in the process of them being dead. Right? So that's the Changpu, which again is available as an essential oil. Right? So we're looking only first right now at the ones that you could get as an oil. And then you have myrrh, right, Mu Yao. Right, Mu Yao again, right, means that, no medicine I can give you will help you to recover the loss of a loved one, right? No medicine can I give to the one who's already dead to resuscitate them, at least at this particular juncture, right? There are certain things that is considered revitalizing in emergency medicine. They very often like to make smelling salts, right, that you would place over the nose of someone who appears to be dead, no pulse, but remember the 5-center heat is still there. That means kidney's energy is still there, right? The hands still feel hot to the touch, the soles of the feet feels hot to the touch, and the chest still feels hot to the touch. Then you give them the smelling salt, right, or you take a straw. Right? In the old days, they take a bamboo straw, and they would blow Ben Sha, Penelia, into the nostril with the herb, Aserium Xishen, right, into the nostrils. And that was a kind of like a smelling salt, a resuscitation process. But in this case, this person is already dead, right? So nothing's going to bring them back to life. And that's myrrh, right? Mu Yao, right? So myrrh is twofold, right? It is the trauma, the wound. That's why we know it's useful for moving blood stasis. Right, the emotional trauma that I experienced, it helps me to move through that difficult time in my life, and helps that person who might be lingering behind because they were traumatized. I died in an accident. I didn't think I was going to be dead. It was an accident that I died. Okay, I die, by drowning or something like that. So that means unprepared death. Right? It could be death, as we know, that sometimes has a lot of unfinished business. Right? And that's going to make you linger and stay behind. So this helps us to move through that process so that we can move on. Right? So that's the role of Mu Yao. Okay? So again, right, if you are creating these blends, this is a base node, this is a base node, right? So as an alchemist, you might again select your base nodes, right? With here again is the 7 blend, because I'm just following classical recipes here. A Shichangpu, a chorus, is a moderate or middle node type of oil, right, that we see. Okay, and then as I said, right, you also have the pepper, right? Because anything that's spicy, you can make an oil out of, right? So the jiao, right? It doesn't have to be from Sichuan province, right? Right. So you have, so here you have a chorus, right? You have myrrh, right? You have the Zan, oxy, something like that. I forget the pink, the botanical, but this would be the pepper, right? The long pepper. Right? It could be cayenne pepper. It could be one of the peppers in the New Mexico cuisine, right? So jiao, right? And jiao, right? It's basically when you have a hot pepper. My God, that's so hot, right? Jiao means shouting, screaming, right? That's what jiao means. Right? You have a very reaction, and that's what you're doing. You are wailing, right? The dead. Right, you're wailing for your lost one. Right, there's this idea of a shouting, screaming, right, that we see. Right, so again, it's phonetic to that word shouting, right, screaming. So we have so all these 4 ingredients, right, are associated with, right, that you can get as an essential oil. And jiao pepper, right, again, is usually a top note oil, right, that you get. And then you have the 3 other components. You know that, at least you believe that, at least the Chinese believe that this is going to be an afterlife. So you're going to be resurrected again. You're going to be Shangdi, right? You're going to be resurrected again. So that means if you're looking at an essential oil, all you want to do is then what are the essential oils that I have available, right, that can help to resurrect the dead, right? So again, there are a number of possibilities, right? That represents itself like Shangdi, right? So one would be eucomia, right? Duzhong, right? Because Duzhong is used for, right, things that are broken, right? It goes into the sinews, into the bones, right? Right? Very commonly combined with Shuduan, right? Dixapsi, right? Which is another one that we know, right? So we have these concepts. So you could, let's say, maybe look at Duzhong, right, as a substitute for what historically would have been Shangdi, right, Shangdi Huang, right? So that could be the essential oil, right? Something that's going to help with the structure, the skeletal system, right? Something that's going to help with material, the bone structure of the body, right? That's going to be the context of it, something that's very strong for stimulating and helping with the skeletal framework of the body. So that would be the Shangdi, right? And then you have Fuzi, right? Fuzi, as some of you know, alkanite, is during the Chinese belief, right, during this transitional phase, that when you are a pole, that a pole also can attract, right, other poles during that period of time, right? In other words, right, if you're entering into that other dimension, and sometimes you already know it has attracted that because before the person died, right, they say, oh, mom is in the room, and mom's long passed away, right? Or, you know, their spouse is in the room, and their spouse have long passed away. or maybe their friend that they play, bridge with, right, is in the room, right? So when you're during the period that you're dying, right, and you're crossing into that dimension of the light, that dimension of the light is open where other gray or poles can come in. Sometimes they help you feel more secure, right, in terms of your passage. But it can also be attracting not just poles from other dimensions, but gray that is currently in this dimension, right? And that's why sometimes, right, you can have hauntings that is attracting, and fuzi, right, is a major herb to get rid of parasites, goo, hauntings. It was an herb that was used, you might say, like people do today, right, with formaldehyde to prevent the rotting of the flesh too quickly. So it was like a preservative also, right, to prevent the corpse from decaying, the maggots, the worms from coming out. So you can see it's basically used to deal with some of these pestilence, okay? And of course we know fuzi has been talked a lot by the article by Heiner Fluchart, right, on goo, where he talks about the use of fuzi, mainly because he's following his tradition of the fire spirit school, which is a school of warming the yang, which use fuzi a lot in their tradition. But fuzi was basically used, right, as a way, as a protective, right, of the body, right, as a deterrent of the body from getting infected or infested by other types of entities, right, which can then affect those who are living, right. And that means all of a sudden after a particular death trauma in your life, right, you all of a sudden change in your personality, right. Granted, psychologists might say it's because of yourself and how you're not able to cope with the death. Others might say during that period of time you got possessed by an entity that came at the time you were most vulnerable, and that's why remember lungs deals with vulnerability. Death deals a lot with vulnerability, okay? So fuzi warms the yang, as we know in TCM, right? It definitely warms kidney yang, and in warming kidney yang, it warms wei qi to be very protective, right? To try to help expel, right, pathogenic factors, right? It's also relatively toxic, as we know, right? But again, you're not taking it internally, you're just burning this. Right? So you want something that will serve similar to like fuzi. And fuzi, we know, is historically combine a lot with the inner bark of cinnamon. That's why, again, as part of this essential, it's not surprising that fuzi is in here, especially since this recipe comes from the time of the Tang Dynasty, where the Xianglong tradition, which makes use of like the cinnamon inner bark as well as fuzi a lot in their formulations. Okay? So you want something that's very similar to that, right? Something that will help to support, right, the body's yang qi, right, to help. And as we know, the most common substitute, and that's not toxic, is ginger, right? Shangjiang, right? So jiang, okay? Could be used as a substitute. Again, I'm just giving you ideas. If you have a better idea, just use that. I'm not, suggesting that this is how you should make that, because I'm just giving you this as a way of working with the soul using essential oils. Okay, so the ginger, right, becomes a good substitute then for the use of fuzi, right? And we even see in modern TCM a lot of times when they can't, if the clinician is intimidated by fuzi, they like to use ganjiang, dry ginger, right, to help deal with that. Remember, ginger, right, also gets rid of phlegm, right, dry ginger, right, gets rid of phlegm, and phlegm would be the materialization of a gui, right, in Chinese herbal traditions, right? Remember, Sun Tzu Miao said that if you don't want to think of gui because you don't believe in gui, then treat it as if it was phlegm. And ginger, right, addresses that issue of phlegm, right? So we have that as part of the equation that we're using, okay? So, and then as we said, the next ingredient, the last ingredient, which is the lotus root, right, is the filler, right? And you want to, they do have lotus essential oil, so you can buy that. I mean, that is definitely, and it has a very narcotic effect, right? It has a very sedating effect, right? Part of that is because, again, it has the components that stimulates the cannabinoid, right? That's in your system, right? In other words, it basically, like cannabis, helps to exert a very calming effect on the body, right? So you can get lotus essential oil, especially blue lotus essential oil is one that is common that you could get, right? You can get lily essential oil is another one that's common that you can get as well, right? Sometimes, right, people would use aqualaria, qinsha, right, is another one, right, which is aloes wood or eagle's wood, right, is another one that you can get as an essential oil, right? So there are definitely substitutes that you can use for the lotus if you cannot find, right, the lotus essential oil, okay? Body if you prefer to anoint the body, which again was not a common Chinese practice, but definitely still can be incorporated, right, into today's practices. Now you can diffuse it, right, instead of burning it as an incense, right? Now you can just take the oil and begin the process of diffusing it. Now in the process of making this blend, right, I do, however, right, suggest that you do an alchemical intentionality, right? That ginger is a moderate blend oil, right? You also have dujong, right? Dujong is a relatively heavy oil, so that's going to be a base oil that we have. And then the lily, the aloes would be base if you use that. Magnolia flowers would be moderate. Right? If you use these are also moderate essential oils, right? So you're going to have that as the context of it. So what's missing, right, is the top note oil. That's the problem with this, the suggestions I've given you. So you might need to create a top note oil to help this particular process, okay? And that doesn't mean that you need to get rid of one of the oils and keep it as a 7 oil blend. You can always modify oils based on intentionality, okay? So that means, you know, you would kind of like take your blend, right, and you say, okay, let me look, that would be my base. So I'm gonna mix these three together, right? You start with one, right, acknowledging that there's another dimension that the dead is moving into, right? So you pour a drop of cinnamon oil or a couple drops, depending, because you're going to be diffusing it, so it's not like, you know, the amount that you make is going to be how long it's going to last in the diffusion process, right? Or you might be anointing it. So you're going to put a drop or 3 drops. 3 gives birth to the marriage of all things. You might do a numerology idea, or you might do 9 drops of each, because 9 represents completion. Remember, 9 is the magical number in Chinese, right? 9 brings everything to a state of completion, okay? Right? 9, you know, so in other words, right, it could bring any of the numbers to a state of completion, right? 9 plus 4, so let's say if you are a numerology energy is 4, right? 13, 3 plus 1 is 4, right? You're going to come back to completion, okay? So it always brings everything back to state, right? 9 plus 8, right, is 17, 1 plus 7 is 8. So it brings the 8 to a state of completion. That's why it's a magic, no other numbers can do that, right? Type of process, right? It could be double digits, doesn't matter, right? 9 plus, let's say 17, right? So again, right, that would mean that you have now this process of, right, 26, right? And again, right, 17 is 8, 26 is 8, right? It brings everything always back to its state of completion. Okay, so, and then those, all you have to do is reduce it to a single digit and it always comes back. So 9 is this magical belief that if you believe in numerology, which Chinese obviously did a lot of numerology, that means the I Ching is based on numerology, right? Then you might do 9 drops of each, right? Then comes another 9 drop of myrrh, comes a 9 drop of, right, dujong, right? And then, right, you might have stir each drop. After each drop's been done, you might then begin the process of, always begins with the coiling process, clockwise followed by counterclockwise, right? So you should always have this idea of creation process, okay? Then after you've done your base notes comes your middle notes, right, that you have. And among the middle notes that we've talked about, right, you have is going to be the contacts of maybe the lotus again, maybe the lily, right? So in other words, something that, remember, represents the lotus if you don't use lotus, right? That would be the middle note oil that you're using, right? You have your shichangpu, right, your chorus that you're using, right? That's going to be the dynamics of that, okay? And then, right, you have your middle note that you're working with, like to try to again create, and also the ginger, right? Obviously it's in here, right? The jiang. Right? So again, the three give birth to the married of all things, and you put that in, right? And you begin the process of stirring that, okay? And then depending on the type of pepper you get, that's why the pepper is important, because pepper is either going to be a top note or a middle note, and that's what I say is missing. Sometimes, depending on the pepper you get, it might be a middle note. So again, it should come out very, very quickly, right? So it's very lifting, and the top note is going to be one of those type of peppers that you have, right? So again, right, that's the jiao, and now you have yourself a blend, okay? Right, stirring the base, right, and then the middle. Pour those 9 drops of each, or maybe 3 drops of each, depending how big of a concentration you want to make. Right, the process of lifting and thrusting. So again, just basically creating ripples into the blend, by stirring the blend if you want. In the old days, you might shake it up. If you have a flask, you might shake that up. Like a test tube, might shake that up, lifting and thrusting. Right there, and then top it off with a pepper. Right, like again, peppercorn, right, or pepper fruit, right, which remember is already a smelling salt. Add that in, right, and then, again, the idea of taking it and swirling it, right, as a blend, right, swirling it. So that becomes now an alchemical formula where each one of these oils you put in an intentionality. And that's kind of like why I'm trying to emphasize intentionality, because it's very cliche to talk about so, and everyone likes the word so, but no one really takes it seriously. It's just kind of like, to me, a lot of times it's more just new agey, right? But the so is a very serious business. And what you want to do is you don't want to just, oh, what oil is good for me feeling angry or something like that. That's not really how Chinese medicine works, right? We need to understand why you're angry. So you create the constitution, right? The blend that represents you. So this is an example of an essential oil blend that works with the pole. So it can be used for fumigation, right? For exorcism. You don't have to wait. I mean, someone could die many, many years ago and it's haunting this house. You can use that just like people smudge with cedar, or they smudge with sage, or with muckwood or something. You can now use this for smudging a place. Or you could use it to go to the ancestral hall, which in modern days is a photograph of the deceased, and burn that as an offering, that whatever thing that was uncompleted in their life, or that horrific death that they had, that it's okay, they can move on. Right, that they have new opportunities ahead of them. Right, if they die from a suicide, right, we might use that in that particular process. So this is, and again, if you forget, think of the strategy, right, of what you're trying to do, right? Because everything represents a strategy. It's not just, okay, here's the oils, they represent a strategy. So remember the strategy that we have, okay? The strategy is the idea that death is a transition from one dimension to the other. That's the cinnamon, right, idea, right? And that death, right, can be very, very painful for those left behind as well as those who die, especially if they're not prepared for death. That's the idea of the myrrh, right? That transition, right, also tells us that, right, life connotates death and death connotates life, and that there's going to be a resurrection taking place. And that's the idea of the duzhong, or the shengdi, if it's done as an herbal type of formulation, that there's going to be this resurrection that's going to occur, right? And that you shouldn't feel painful, right? That's the myrrh that, you know, that deals with the suffering, right? And then, right, as you, right, then, right, this transition allows for a transformation to take place. The transformation is represented by the lotus, right? There's going to be a blossoming, a flowering, right? A movement into another realm that allows you to completion. That's the Shechangpu. That's opening you up or opening you out for this type of transformation by opening the orifice, right, that you have. And you don't have to worry about all the luggages, right, that you left behind, right, that you can safely go. You don't have to keep fermenting, right, the maggots, the rotting. That's this ginger, right, that's allowing you to make that type of transition, right, and that you have the yang energy to ascend, right, be it, you know, again with the fuzi, right, in this case, right, with the idea of the ginger to help you to ascend. So that's kind of like this part of this ascension idea, okay? So just remember, this is a strategy that they're using to help us along the way, okay? Okay, so that's one aspect of the word ling, right? Then we have the other aspect of the ling, right, which is the part that is stored by the liver, right, and that's the hun, right? So we have the po, right? The po is our material needs, okay? You come with nothing, you leave with nothing. So why you still want something, right? But that's what the po, you know, what it feels. Right? It wants things, right? It wants material. So the ability to let all that go, okay? That's the po. The hun, right, as again in modern Chinese medicine, right, is often translated as the ethereal soul, because they want to give it a sense that is more yang in contrast to that soul that's associated with the corpse, which is more yin. But the hun is it's not really that, in my opinion of it. I mean, I understand why it's translated like that in terms of the idea of the hun and the po, but it's related to the liver, right? The liver, as we know, stores blood, right? The liver harmonizes with the emotions, right? The liver, as we know, opens to the eyes, right? And manifests to the sinews and what have you, right? But the major component is its relationship again to blood, right? Whereas the po, the lungs, its relationship is to fluids, right? The jing ye, in particular the jing fluids. Right, the hun is more in relationship to the blood, okay? And we know that part of storing the blood, right, is that blood contains the shen, right, which means it contains the experiences of life. And it takes those experiences of life and it moves it by its directionality upward into the brain, right, as it travels into the eyes, right? So it has, first and foremost, right, the hun has a lot to do with memory, right? Memory, remember, maintains, right, your sense of identity. You woke up this morning remembering who you were, right? You didn't wake up and all of a sudden forgot, have amnesia and says, who am I? You know, and you have no, right, recall of anything that's happened in you in the past. Someone tells you, remember we did this together? I can't even retrieve that experience, right? I can't even recognize you, right? So liver is responsible a lot for this context that we call memory, right? In Chinese we call that yi, right? Memory, okay? In that regards there, right? Which is also, by the way, associated with the spleen, because the spleen also banks the blood. Like the liver, stores blood, right? If it stores blood, it stores experiences. If it banks blood, it banks experiences, right? Right? Just that the difference is that the spleen banks the experiences so that it maintains a sense of identity, right? That you are able to identify with who you are, okay? All right, whereas how do you identify that? Well, the liver helps you to identify that by drawing out experiences that keeps defining, right, this is, you know, who you are, this is who your parents are, these are who your friends are, right? So it keeps those things so that I am able to recognize, recall, and retrieve all those experiences. So Hun, to me, is a form of collective consciousness, okay? So it's a form of consciousness that's collecting, right? And it deposits. That's why in Chinese, they didn't really give a lot of importance to the brain. The brain was just, right, a file system. You deposit it into that file system, right? So if I damage the file system, I can't remember, right? I might not be able to move because that's also a autonomic activity, right? But to them, it's just a file system, right? That the brain just allows things to get filed into that area that we call, like, the now, okay? So if we look at the Hun, right, what we're basically looking at is memory, right? And of course, right, memory declines with aging for some of us, right? Memory sometimes can be because you have in that file system short circuitry, where you keep remembering the same thing, right? We call that an obsession, right? So memory, right, has a lot to do with the Hun, right? It's a collection of experiences, right? Collective consciousness. And so when you have a lack of memory, first thing it's going to affect is cognition, right? You can't learn if you cannot draw upon your own memory. As you become skillful in something, it becomes autonomic, becomes like a reflex. Your body doesn't have to be trained to do it, it knows how to do it, right? So that training allows you to have the competence or the confidence to go into the next level of training, right? Without that other training, you wouldn't have the confidence or the competence to go into the next training. So learning has a lot to do with, right, memory, right, with the Hun, okay? So when we look at collective consciousness, right, and we look at cognition, or we look at the liver, right, in terms of Chinese medicine, another way of describing that is that the liver provides the neuropeptides, right, that creates the neurotransmitters, right, that is very much involved with learning and cognition, right, especially as we say with GABA, which has a lot to do with focus and memory, right? Also, as we know, right, you can also associate some of that, right, with the dynamics of the acetylcholine, right? Also has a lot to do with that idea of memory. So, right, the liver producing these neuropeptides that becomes the neurotransmitters that might be supporting GABA or supporting the, right, acetylcholine, right, idea from, at least from a Western point of view, okay? So if we're looking at essential oils, right, for memory, we're looking at oils that should have a big impact on the liver, okay? So what are the oils that have a big impact on the liver? Alcohols, right? Just think of, I mean, drinking alcohol, right, definitely affect your liver, right? Because we're looking at not drinking alcohol, not ethanol. We're looking at the, right, terpenols, right, that has effect on the liver, right? And of course, that's going to be the linalols, would be, right, which is a monoterpenol, right? When it becomes an alcohol, it's very skin friendly, right? You can apply it, right, by topical measures. It doesn't irritate the skin like monoterpenes can do, okay? So if we're looking at a linalool, again, right, the most popular representation of that is lavender and lavadent, right, would be popular representations of that. Bergamot also has it. a number of oils are going to be high in this monoterpenol. But before we even get there, right, that's just giving us some Western chemical composition, right? Memory itself, again, like working with the pole, we went through a process, right, of helping the pole with its transition, right? Helping the hun with its transition, right, means that you have to, right, recognition in a way is eyes, the liver opens to the eyes, right? That now the brain, right, is remember the depository where we put in all this data that we have accumulated in life, right? So that's going to be important for retrieval, right? Being able to bring it out so I can see that word, I can see that event, right? That's a retrieval process from the brain, okay? And, right, we know that, right, this idea of affecting the eyes and the brain has a lot to do with sleep, and we definitely know, right, that when we talk about this in Chinese medicine, right, we say that at nighttime, right, the blood returns back to the liver, right, so that the hun, right, can be settled. Right? If the blood doesn't return back to the liver, the hun is unsettled. Right? You might sleep with your eyes slightly open. We see that with children sometimes, which is not a very healthy sign. Right? That means they have the hun is very disturbed, is scattered. Okay? And most commonly, people use long yan, right, for that. Right? The dragon's eye, because that settles the hun, right, in herbal medicine. I mean, that's not an essential oil, but that's a common fruit that we use, right, for someone whose hun is very unsettled. Right? Some people do sleepwalking, right? As the sinews are not able to rest, you wake up and you are moving about, right? And of course, right, the sleep can also be disturbed in terms of dreaming, right, taking place, dream state, right? So all this is related to the hun, right, the sinews. So what I'm trying to say is to work with the hun, we have to open the eyes, right? So you're going to see the theme of working with someone's soul always involves an opening, an aperture, an orifice, a chao, right, is the Chinese term for that, right? A portal, right, has to be open, okay? This case is the eyes that we're interested in, right? We have to open the brain. It's going to be another one that we're interested in, right? You need to relax the sinews, right? Because as you all know, when you're very tense, it affects your memory. When you're very tense, you're most likely, right, going to tense up into the yang of the liver, which is gallbladder. Right? You get tension in the back of your head, you have a headache, right? You have all these things that impact the gallbladder, the yang aspect of the liver's expression. And you might have tension that's in the sinews. Okay? So already we have these three factors that we have established. Okay? So to open the eyes, to open the brain, right? Easy way around that in Chinese medicine is to open the upper orifice, right? Open the sensory, right, orifice. Right? So that again means opening the ears, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the throat, right? Could be part of that equation, okay? So again, among essential oils that have that capacity to do that, right? We know the popular one again is going to be shiqiangpu. And the other one, of course, is yuanzhi, right? They've both been married very early on in the Shenong Bancao, right? They come right after each other, right? The use of a chorus, right, and the use of polygala, right? That they open the 9 orifice. Again, right, the symbolism of 9 bringing us to a state of completion, okay? So to see something so that I can feel complete, so I don't have to engage with that emotional or that mental thought that's creating the problem over and over again, okay? So you have this, right, but in terms of essentials, to deal with the eyes and the brain, okay? Again, you might want to just open the brain, for that matter, right? Opening the brain brain would be things like Gaoban, right? Like Gustacum sinaiasis, right? Or Qing Hao, right? Any of the Haos, right? Which is the word Gao, right? But the plant radical is pronounced Hao, okay? Right? Basically, it means Gao means high up, ascending, right? And the brain, of course, the sky is high up. So Qing Hao, wormwood, right, is a Hao, right? Quen, Hao, tarragon is a Hao, okay? So all of those have that Chinese character Hao. Yin Chin Hao, Artemisia capillaris is a Hao. So all of those things will help to open up the brain. In some cases, as you know, some of them are cooling oils and some of them are warming oils, okay? So Hao would belong usually to the Artemisia group, right? Is what you have, right? Artemisia, Alnulia, Qing Hao, Apintia, that's wormwood, right? That's a Hao, okay? Artemisia capillaris, right? That's Yin Chen Hao, right? That's a Hao, right? Jun, right? Jun. Jun Hao is a tarragon. That's again Artemisia draculinus, right? Would be the tarragon, right? That's a Hao. So and tarragon is available as an essential oil too, right? Just as very, very powerful, very potent, right? And it's one of those oils that you cannot use too much of, right? But again, so you don't want to overstimulate the brain anyway. So all of these oils would be more like a catalyst if you're not applying it topically, okay? And then to relax the sinews, right? You might, right? So again, things that help to relax the tendon musculature, right? And those are usually going to be what the wood oils, right? Are going to be oils that come from twigs and branches, right? Because those are like the sinews, right? So sandalwood, cedarwood, right? Could be an example of that, right? So all the different wood oils, right? High in lignans, right? Right? Those are going to help peel off layers that might have saturated themselves on top of the trauma. That's why it's hard to get the trauma out, because I'm constantly making it become latent. So by releasing the muscle by layers and layers of doing certain type of exercises, right? And this is why that's going to be important, that the Hun is going to be an exercise, it's going to be a way that you work with the patient, right, to help them recall memories that might be very difficult, but to let it go, right? That's going to be the PTSD type of situation, which very often is a liver and a Zhuyi pericardium issue, okay? So we haven't completed the strategy yet. We're going to come back and we'll continue our discussion on this, okay? So we'll break here for lunch. We'll come back in an hour. Okay, so welcome back. We're going to begin with a couple of questions here. The first question is, what was the meaning of fuzi? And could I review the 7 herbs for the blend, for the incense? I believe I did that after this question came in, so I believe I've answered that part of the question. Fuzi, remember, is used in that blend as part of a protective aspect of a person who, after someone who has died, or if that person is the deceased, there's a certain level of vulnerability, right? Some of us are afraid of dying, right? So as a result, because you might not been brought up to have a conceptualization of what death is, either because your religion did not describe it, or because the culture you live in does not describe it, some people are very ambivalent about what death is. Right? One of the blessings of religion is at least it gives you a sense of what happens when you die. And that consciousness of what happens after you die helps you in the dying process. So fuzi, right, basically is used to protect someone, right, during this process of death and dying, right? Be it the person who's dead, or be it those who are left behind. Fu, right, represents a word that means to enclose, to wrap around, right? Almost like a bow type of idea, right? To attach onto, right? And so, as we all know, from an herbal perspective, it's one of the herbs that warms the interior, and it helps to stimulate the yang of the kidneys. Right, the yang of the kidneys then supports the wei qi, which is a very defensive measure to help you overcome the fear or the insecurities that you might experience as the one who's having bereavement during the process of dying. So that's the role of fuzi in the original formula that has the 7 herbs. Now fuzi is not obviously available as an essential oil. Right? It would be very, very potent as an essential oil. So that's why we try to find a substitute for fuzi. So if you look under the herbs that warm the interior using modern TCM, right, categories, right, you also find within the same context of fuzi herbs like dry ginger, right, ganjia. And that's why we selected that, which is available as an essential oil as a substitute for the fuzi, right, that was in the original formula, coming again from the Shangqing tradition, right, that you would burn to help someone who has died to move into the light, or to move in their wording into the next realm, right, and to help those who are left behind to be able to go through the process of grief and bereavement. So that's the context of why we're looking at fuzi, right? So serving as a protective measure. And as I said, the word fu means to enclose, to adhere to, right? So in other words, you feel like there's someone hugging you, someone giving you warmth, right? Which is typical of its context, right? Of warming the yang. And zi, as some of you know, simply means like that it's like a sage, right? It's like a child. Right? Because obviously it's not zi in terms of the actual part of the plant, right? It's a root, right? So it's unlike other herbs that we use the word zi to simply represent that it's the seed of the plant, or the, the semen of the plant, right? That is more common when we use the word like, jumingzi, right? Cassia seeds, right? So that word zi, right, obviously refers to seed, but this is radix, so this is a root. So the word zi here refers to it more like helping us to have the philosophical realization. Because zi, remember, refers to the philosophers, right? Zhuangzi, Laozi, Kongfuzi, Muzi, all these different sages, right? And that's why alkanite is like a sage. Right? And again, right, sometimes sagehood is very difficult, because to be a sage, you have to be willing to have acceptance of the way the world is. right? And that's one of the alchemical journeys, right? In life, you're either going to be a hero, you want to overcome hardship, you want to discover something that can save the world, save the planet. That's a heroic journey, right? But there are those of us who take on the role that we work with the world the way it already is. We don't try to change it, we work with it. And that's the role of a sage, right? And so Zi refers to that particular role that you are willing to accept, right? That someone had just passed away in your life. You feel vulnerable, right? But you do know that everything happens for a reason. You may not know the reason, and that's why, we often go to psychics or mystics to try to understand the reason behind someone's passing, but we never can answer that, right? Because it's not up to us to decide when one should live or one should die. That's accorded by what we will call the mandate of heaven. So food helps us to understand that. It warms the yang, kidney yang in particular, as we know, right? And it brings that warmth to make you feel not as vulnerable. So this is, purpose of that particular herb and that fumigation process. The next question here, we have, if a client has experienced a trauma and has lost their sense of self / right, would one wish to reaffirm, do perfume intention, or change amounts of similar oils to transform and process to something new? Example of differentiating, all right, we may get to order versus content versus quantities later. So again, right, if one experiences trauma, right, which as we said in Chinese, right, refers to, right, something that could be external, right, or something that's internal, right? I could be whiplash, got into an automobile accident, and that would become an external type of trauma. I could be bankrupt, right? I could be perhaps, right, have some type of emotional taxation that is gradual, but nevertheless progressive, right? Verbal abuse by a husband or a wife that again is mentally abusing me. That would become long-term trauma, but that's more internal trauma in contrast to external trauma like an automobile accident. So trauma already means that there's something that's a violation of one's constitution. So if you're trying to create a constitutional blend, which is what I said was a perfume, right, then you are trying to return back to who you were or who you believe you were born to be prior to these events occurring in your life. Right? Whereas if you believe that these events, right, as bad as they were, and you see yourself as a survivor, not a victim of these events, right, that means you come to some point that you acknowledge these events may serve to help you to grow and to transform, then you're looking at a transformative blend. So again, right, trauma is relative to the individual. So it's not like, oh, do I use this alchemical blend or do I use this perfume that's an affirmational blend? Right? It really depends on each of the client or the patient that you're working with. Right? Some people might say I had a really happy life. Right? After that, a rock fell to my hand. I can no longer play the piano anymore. I was a concert pianist. Right? That infected my entire life. Right? So obviously in that particular situation, right, which came from an external trauma, right, that person, right, cannot return back to who he or she was. So you want to then help them alchemically to be able to use this particular incident to allow them to discover other aspects that they might have not put a lot of their efforts, training, or maybe in some cases natural talents into. And they begin to help them metamorph into something that's much more potentially meaningful, if not equally meaningful to what they believed they were in the previous, right, existence prior to this trauma, right? So that would be an alchemical blend, right? Whereas if it's not something that has affected your what you believe you've been enamored or what you have been purposely put into, right, this existence to be, then you can have an affirmational blend. So that's the, and remember the difference is not so much the formula. The difference is how you are making the formula. You can have the same oils, right? One oil that begins with the base to the moderate or the middle to the top note, that's an alchemical blend. In contrast to someone who's creating the perfume, which begins with the top, followed by the middle, followed by the base. That's a perfume blend. And though it's a perfume idea, is that as soon as you wear perfume, you want to get a sense of the impression that the smell is going to exude. That's the top note, right? That's the impression, right? And then, right, you want to have, right, as, you know, while I got that impression, then the smell, the scent begins to change as it reacts to your own body, right? Oil will be your own body aroma, but your own body sweat. That's the middle note, because it's not, you know, that settles, and as you're doing things, right, in the course of 6 or 7 hours, right, you are generating certain type of oil, sebaceous secretions, right, sweat glands, so it interacts with the oil and the aroma begins to change, right? That's what the middle note is. So that now becomes more of your expression, right? The top note is impression. Oh, it smells really citrusy, right? That's top note, right? Lemon, lime, right? If I put anything on, right, that has orange in it, right, the first thing you're gonna smell is the orange. That's the impression. Wait a minute, you've been wearing that, but I don't smell the orange anymore because it had evaporated, remember, within a period of about 2 hours, right? And now the middle note is going to be much more prevalent because now it's interacting with your sweat, right, with your oil, right, with your hormones, right? And then there's a certain, right, smell that's going to be exuded from there. That's your expression. Right? And then the base note, which is the fixative in a perfume, is what you want to be the lasting scent. Right? Even after, right, today, and I took a bath, right, and some of those oils evaporated, but the base notes sometimes still have traces of it, right, even after you shower or took a bath. If you didn't, obviously, in the old days they didn't take baths that frequently, right, then that base, the everlasting smell that lingers, because base notes evaporate within a period of 2 to 3 days, that's like the deeper aspect of who you are, right? And that's what a perfume is supposed to be, right? To affirm the deeper aspect of who you are, right? So that's why it's an affirmational blend, right? When you're making a perfume. Right, whereas an alchemical blend, you're taking the constitution, that's why you begin with the base, and you're trying to get the top note and the middle note to change the way the base has been operating, the way your constitution has been operating. So the intentionality is to cause a transformation, right? Or maybe even at most, a transmutation, right, of who you are. Okay, transformation means that you can logically, right, outline how you transform from one state to another. A transmutation, right, pathologically you would call that schizophrenia, is how you transform without any reason, or we cannot see the progression of how you change from one personality to another. It can be precipitated by trauma, definitely, that can cause that. It could be also genetic. Right, that can cause a transmutation to take place. And that's what alchemy is. So it could be the same formulation, but notice the ritual. It means the way that you're preparing it, right, is undergoing a process that I consider very sacred, because rituals, right, are things that are considered sacred. You're sanctifying, right, in this case, the oil and the blend that you're using. So that's how we might make that part of differentiation, okay? Okay, so what I try to do, right, as I'm working with the idea of the soul, and placing the soul under the context, right, of the ling is the idea that we have three attributes, right, related to the ling in Chinese medicine, right? The first attribute we said is the part of your soul, or that immaterial part of you, that wants to be attached to the material part of you, that wants to have, right, sensuality. To have sensuality, you have to have, right, flesh, a body and form, right? Then you could feel, touch, and taste, and all these type of central, right, components of life, right? So that's the pole, right? The pole seeks material, right, identification, right, form, so that it can be able to experience other forms, right, that is interacting with, right? And that's the pole. So when one dies and we lose the material form, the pole lingers with that material form for a period of time, right? And while the Chinese say 49 days, that's just basically giving us a framework, right? That's the recognition that something still lingers for a period of time, right? And remember, everything that's material has a pole in it, right? So for example, like if you just, right, a lot of you, if you live in Santa Fe, you might have fruit trees, right? If you pick one of the fruits, right, from your tree, and you put it on the table, that fruit is not dead, even though technically it's dead, right? It's been pulled away from its life-giving force from the tree. In fact, after a few days, it might even ripen and become very sweet, right? So that means there's still a living energy that's in that fruit, mainly because it still has water in that fruit, right? Just like if I cut off some flowers, right, that flower, right, it's not going to wither right away. It's not like it's dead, even though technically it's dead, right? It still blooms, right? It might even, if it has a bud, it might even open, almost as it was continuing to live on its life. So we know that even when something dies, right, there is still a transitional period that there is still life in that object that we see. So the same thing goes with the human form, right? I might be dead in terms of I'm not able to interact with you anymore, but there's still life there, right? The water hasn't literally dried up in that, right, body yet, right? And so that's called the pole, right? The pole represents the life that's still around and so one way that we help that pole to bring it to a state of completion, right, is that we give it a fumigation, right? In the old days for the Chinese culture, it was burning incense, which in a way is a form of fumigation. Right? The Chinese really did not think of applying oils topically to the body like they do in Western cultures, right? Right. But even though with that, right, they would, if you're using Western oils, I should say with oils within the Western culture, a lot of those oils have similar, right, ideologies and certain concept, right? Is to help liberate the pole so that you can go into this, based on belief, this wheel of transmigration, right? That you can reincarnate, right? Doesn't mean you have to reincarnate back as a human again, right? You might be, according to Zhuangzi, you might just reincarnate into the liver of a rat, for example, right? Right, so it could be just a part of someone's, you could be a segment of entire form rather than an entire form itself, okay? But the idea is that you are constantly evolving, right? Energy is constantly evolving. So we want to help that pole to evolve. The second component, right, is the component that's immaterial, right? So one being yin, material, and the other being yang, right? Right, and that relationship of the lungs and the relationship of the liver, right, in terms of this other concept that we call the hood. Right, so if you're a historian of Chinese culture, you would know that the pole was a word that appeared very early in Chinese civilization. Right, you can look at these archaic writings that are on these bones, fragments, right, that they thought of as the bones of a dragon. That's originally, how they discovered Longgu dragon bone, right, which again was these bones that we still use in Chinese medicine to calm the Shen, right? You might think, well, it's just basically calcium carbonate or calcium in terms of bone, and that definitely exerts effect on the neurological system and can exert a alkalizing and calming effect on the body. But these bones that they found, I had inscriptions on them, right? And in those inscriptions appears the word Po, right? So that we knew already in early Chinese culture, they have this idea of the Po, which represents the afterlife. That when you die, you go into another dimension that they call the afterlife, okay? Then by the time we get into the Warring States, right, which is another time period within the Zhou dynasty, the longest dynasty in China, this word Hun begins to appear, right? So we know that this must be a concept the Chinese created later on, right? It couldn't be part of the early, right, concept. It was something they created later on, right? And the word Hun, right, we know was associated with this idea, right, that again, in contrast to the Po, that's just, to make a differentiation. But the Hun by itself is an independent concept. In other words, don't think one is yin, one is yang, as an independent concept. Because you could only do that if both of them were created together. They weren't created together. So the Po has a yang part, it also has a yin part, right? The yin part of the Po is the part that lingers. The yang part of the Po is the part that moves toward the light. Right? So each one of these has a yin and yang contrast. Right? Just in Chinese medicine, you learn it collectively. But the Hun was representing by itself as a yin aspect. That was all the memories, right? All the database, right, of my experiences being recorded. Right? So it's like an actual file that we deposit into the brain. So that would be the yin aspect of it, right? The actual memory itself. And then the yang of it is getting that memory to come out. And that's the recognition, the eyes, right? The recall, right? The memory, and the retrieval of that process, right? Which is very important, right? In terms of like cognition, learning, right? Sometimes right, we might recall too quickly, and if we recall too quickly, we have too much images that we're seeing, and you have a attention, right? Deficit hyperactivity disorder, right? So you can also see where there's too much information coming out, and I don't know how to ground that information, right? Which neurologically we associate with wind, right? There's just too much information going on, and we already know certain things that can stimulate that liver wind, right? Like that's caffeine. Right? We see that already in a lot of individuals that drink a lot of coffee. They become very nervous. They are constantly moving a lot. Right? That's generating wind. Okay? Right? So that would be the yang aspect, right? That we're recalling. Again, we know the liver's relationship to the idea of wind. Right? It's also there. Okay? So when we look at the Hun, it has a yin and yang aspect. Right? The yin aspect is how we store that experience. We call that storing the blood. Right? And then how we retrieve, how I make the decision based on my memory. Oh, I had a bad experience with that type of activity, so now I'm not going to do that activity again. Right? You learn that from experience, that's harmful, that's painful, that's hurtful. I'm not going to do that. That's the gallbladder, right? That goes to the brain, right? And retrieve that information as it exits the brain, right? And retrieve that information, and then you tell yourself, I'm not going to do that. Right? The ears listening to one's own inner voice, right? And makes the decision that this is not what I'm going to do. Right? So your decisions a lot is based on your memory. So this is part of this idea of the relationship of the liver going into the brain or going into, right, this idea of the Hun. Okay? So the Hun really, as they began to talk about it during the time of the Warring States, right, you can almost imagine, right, this is a time where there were a lot of confusing thoughts, right? You have all these different philosophers with their way of believing how life should be or what's the direction of life. Some people think of having a very ethical life. Some people just say, oh, just do whatever your heart desires, go with the flow of things. Things that we even say today, right? I don't worry about society, worry more about yourself. So should I be more social influence, or should I be more individually, right, inclined? So all the philosophers, right, came up with their own ways. And you had to decide, right, which philosophy, right, you want to adhere to. Today that is called education, right? Part of education is to, in a way, direct you in a certain direction of life, right? So this was why, the word hun, what's this? All your thoughts, right? Your thoughts can be conflicting thoughts. They could be oppositional thoughts, right? So and remember, a lot of your thoughts are influenced by the material plane, right? The lungs control wood. The lung control liver. The pole, materialism, seems to be more valid than immaterialism, right? That's why we still have that dogma in modern days. If I see this as a germ, as a virus, as something that's tangible, that's an agent, I can say this causes disease. To say emotions cause disease, to say that thoughts, those are not tangible, right? I can't measure the amount of viral load that you have that I call anger load. I don't know how much anger load you have. I don't know how much anxiety load you have. We can't measure it, right? So you see, we always try to make something material is something that's measurable, right? Immaterial, you can't measure because it's really, it's not something that's quantifiable. It's not material. So anyway, this is the idea of the hun. It's relative to the individual. It's relative to who you are, okay? So we mentioned that as you're working with the hun, the first thing you have to do is you have to change the way you process information. Because as you process that information, it gets deposited into the brain. So how you process that information, we call that liver. Right, and liver controls the smooth flow of qi. Just make sure that whatever you're processing seems to be without any type of sabotage, without any type of guan, right? There's no barriers blocking you from processing it. There might be a barrier. I feel this internally, but the outside says no, that's not the way you should feel. So I know, how can I process what I feel in my heart, right? But it seems to be in conflict with what the world is telling me, right? So how do you process the external and internal, right? And we call that Xiaoyang, right? We call that gallbladder. We call that the diaphragm. We call that the connection between the outside and the inside, right? And that's the liver's domain. Right? It tries to process and create harmony. What I feel is what the world is also going to honor. Because if the world doesn't honor it, then I'm going to feel ostracized, I'm going to feel isolated, right? And it depends on the time period you live in. Because liver tells you that all of this stuff really depends on the time you live in, right? At certain times, we became very tolerant as a society. Other times we become relatively intolerant as a society. And we seem to go to cycles, right? Where we have, liberation, everyone seems to be very much more freer. And then go to periods where there is martial law, where everyone feels much more afraid and much more constricted. We see that in the history of Chinese culture. The Tang Dynasty, a time period where they were very tolerant of all religions. You go to the capital of Chang'an, you can see a mosque there. Right, you could see a synagogue there, you could see a church there, you could see the Buddhist temple there. They all were coexisting. Right? All religions were tolerant of each other. I mean, privately they might say my religion's better, but nevertheless we didn't create conflict. Right? There was sexual liberation during that period of time. Right? You could be a homosexual and it was acceptable. Right? We didn't have any problems with that. It was your choice. Right? Now, so then Confucianism takes over again in the Song Dynasty. Now we begin to judge and prejudice certain type of religions, certain type of thoughts. Like Buddhism, that's, at one time, we tolerate them, we gave them tax exemption. By the Song Dynasty, no longer tax exemption if you belong to a Buddhist temple. You have to pay taxes, right? We can no longer support you. So now we become intolerant. You cannot have homosexuality, right? So we became intolerant, right? So we recognize that. And so you see it's relative to the time. Liver controls time. That's what controls menstrual cycle, right? That's a time, right? It controls day and night. You wake up, you go to sleep, right? It regulates the sleeping. It regulates your mood, right? You feel angry, you feel right, happy, maybe because the amount of sleep you had, the amount of time you had, right? It governs, right, when you're going to feel hungry, right? I'm going to start feeling hungry when I wake up, well, or maybe not really, right? By habit, you just wake up and you have something to eat, even though you really don't feel hungry, right? So you're not really listening to your body, you're just listening to, that's the ritual. Everyone does it, I'm going to do it too, right? So that's the dynamics that relates to the hun. Right? So with the hun, right, what we want to do is we want to look at how you are seeing things, and part of the way that you're seeing things might cause you to create the emotions, right, that's going to go and get deposited into the brain, right, that cause you to have tension in your head. You call that a headache. That causes tension in the way you're seeing things. You call that eye pain, right? That causes tension in the upper region because it's basically saying that how you are perceiving the world is a challenge. You have an allergy to the world, right? And so it's relating to this concept that we have to look at how you're recognizing, right, yourself as well as the world, right? So it's a process of recognition. Right? And again, we looked at oils that helps to open the orifice so that we at least have a sense of clarity, right, to what we see and how we're depositing what we see into the brain. And that recognition, right, is represented by, again, in terms of Chinese herbs, the two most common herbs that has a very early historical context was Shi Chang Pu, right, which we saw already in the formula for the pole, right, as well as the use of yuan zhi, okay? Polygala, right, which are both available as an essential oil nowadays, right? So that's recognition, right? Or will you say we are opening the orifice, right, would be the traditional terminology, right? And in particular, right, you might say you're opening not necessarily just the upper orifice, but also the lower. That's why they historically were associated with 9 orifice, right? Because you open the orifice to bring you into a state of completion. Right? That's why the word 9 comes into play. I mean, they came up with 10 orifice, 5 orifice. It's really just a play on numerology. And 9 remembers that magical concept, right? And we know already that that's recognition. And then we said that there's also recall, right? The ability to recall represents, right, your ability to have memory, right? I can recall this in my memory, which is associated not only with the liver, because the liver stores the blood, but also associated with the spleen that banks the blood, right? So both of them hold on to that memory experience, because within the blood, xue, lies the shen, right? The spirit, which I'm going to roughly right now just translate that the shen is just simply your experiences, right, of life, okay? Physical, emotional, mental experiences, if spiritual, are experiences of life, right? So since the liver stores and the spleen banks, they both have an effect on the memory, okay? Liver is usually more associated with short-term memory, right? And spleen is more associated with long-term memory, right? So anyway, it's a process of recall, right? So you want to be able to help the person, right, to either, in the case of liver, right, be able to store the blood, right, but also to move that blood so that you can bring the memory out, right, or to bank the blood, right, but also to invigorate that blood so that you can, again, right, make sure that it doesn't stay stuck in the banks. Right, as we know what happens with sugar, right, because we know spleen, right, does not like this idea of wetness, right, that sugar, right, thickens the blood and makes the blood become stagnant, right? And as that blood becomes stagnant, right, it's hard for you to get that memory out of you, right? So you might start losing long-term memories, right? In contrast to the early beginning of signs of dementia, short-term memories, right? Liver, okay? So anyway, it's about recall, and that means that we want to either nourish or bank, depending on is it the liver or the spleen, right, the blood, and at the same time, right, we want to be able to move, to invigorate the blood, right, in that context there, okay? So again, right, as you look at the dynamics of essential oils, or right, we have a number of oils that we use in Chinese herbal medicine, right, that has an effect on nourishing blood. Right, be it things, the most popular one, of course, is dong gui, right? But of course, in terms of Shen issues, the more popular herb is going to be baji ren, right? Biota seeds, right? Baji ren. Right? The tree of life, right? Biota, right? So you have baji ren, which, as some of you know, it's historically associated with all these attributes relating to the ling, right? That it helps to, right? The language that they like to use, right, is that it quiets, right, the hun, it settles the po, right? That comes from Li Shijin's book, right? It helps to stabilize, or it's, you know, ding is the term, right? Usually means to stabilize the will, the zhe. Right, and it helps to, right, quiet or tranquilize, right, the spirit, right, Jing Shen, right? So again, it has all of this effect, and of course in modern TCM we use it, of course, to help someone to fall asleep, right, to deal with the issues of sleep, but it also deals with the issue of mood, right? In other words, it's going to have an effect, right, on those components that we've talked about, right, that affects that one's mood, right? Serotonin levels, right? More importantly, right, it's going to have an effect on the aspect that relates to our memory. And again, the memory would be the GABA that we've talked about, right? Also the acetylcholine that we've talked about in terms of neurotransmitters, okay? So these are going, so for example, our eucalyptus, right? Eucalyptol, which is the 1,8, right, cinnamol, right? And that has an effect directly on basically, right, reducing the enzymes that break up the acetylcholine, right? So it reduces the enzyme, which means that the acetylcholine, right, is prevented from breaking down that quickly. And so it prevents us from having, right, loss of focus and a loss of concentration. Focus and concentration is very important for cognition and for memory, right? So again, the use of eucalyptus, right, might be very useful for someone who is, again, let's say taking an exam, or someone who needs to be very focused. Maybe again, I could diffuse eucalyptus as I'm meditating. Right, granted, some of you might not like the smell of eucalyptus. I mean, that's understandable. Some of us don't like that smell, right? But remember, there are many different species of eucalyptus, right? You can have lemon eucalyptus, which means it has aldehydes because it has that lemon smell. They call that Eucalyptus citrodora, right? It smells like citrus, citrodora, right? So you could diffuse lemon eucalyptus, which has a calming effect, right? Because anything that has aldehydes clears heat, right? So if you tend to be anxious a lot, you might want to use that, right? There's Eucalyptus radiata, right, which has a very different smell than the Eucalyptus globulus that most of us are familiar with when we take, you know, these cough drops that might have some eucalyptus in them, right? And the Eucalyptus radiata has a little bit more, again, like a very citrusy-like smell to it as well. And radiata actually opens up the orifice. So now you have one oil that we can use to help open the orifice, but also maintain focus and concentration, which we all know is a function of the spleen, right? Focus and concentration, right? right? In contrast to maybe working in the liver, right, which tells us that, reason why I'm a hard time remembering this or recalling this, right, retrieving this information is because there's very strong emotions that's attached to that memory. I don't want to go there, right? There's very strong emotions, right? As a memory, right, that's associated with a trauma. Right? Trauma usually means that there are very strong emotions, especially post-traumatic stress disorder. Right? Emotions of maybe fear. I fear for my life. Right? As I was being raped, that person might have killed me then. Right? So it was tremendous, right? Emotions of fear that was there. Right? That moment, I wanted to kill someone. I was that angry, right? And killing by morality is wrong. I don't want to do that, right? So again, that's quite traumatic. That's why you decided to take the path of non-violence, the path of non-killing. You decided to convert into becoming a Zen monk, or practicing Zen, right? Right? Maybe out of the trauma, right? You decided to try to not have to deal with that, and let me just follow some path that deals with non-violence or something like that. Okay. So trauma usually has a lot to do with liver and its pericardium, the heart protector, right? Because remember, the liver, right, deals with the emotions, right? It stores that blood, right? It has to harmonize those emotions in the blood, or else the blood becomes toxic. We have liver blood stasis, right? And then it has to give it to the to the child, to the heart. And the heart has to circulate all that toxic thoughts, toxic feeling. That's why all emotions affects the heart, right? That has not been harmonized by its mother, the liver, right? So the pericardium, right, has to deal with those toxic components, right? And as we know, the pericardium, right, is going to impact the spleen by impacting the stomach, right? So it says, don't concentrate on those thoughts. Begin to lose memory of those thoughts. The liver, don't retrieve those thoughts, right? So the pericardium impacts the stomach and says, stop digesting those type of thoughts, right? And that's the pericardium relationship to the spleen. So when we look at the dynamics, right, of working with the Hun, right, we are trying to, again, use oils that can nourish and bank, right? Baji Ren does both, right? Right? You might use, again, right? Dongui would be by its name, right? It means to return back, right? Dong means to be very protective, like the Fuzi that was protecting you, right, during the time that you feel very vulnerable with the death and dying process. Right, Dong, right, is protecting you now as you return back to your original state of being, as you return back to the kidneys, to your original state of being, right? So Dongui could be useful for that purpose as well. Right? And Dongui, remember, was used primarily as a vibrational herb. Right? It was not used for decoctions as we used it today. Dongui, by its name, right, was basically an herb, right, like some people do with, right, certain medicinal plants, right, that they pulverize and they put it in a sachet, in a pouch, and you would wear it along your waist as you travel, so that it will always help to protect you, Dong, and bring you back home. Right? It was kind of like, in Christianity, you wearing a pendant of St. Christopher when you travel, right? So that you always will have safeness in journeys of life. Well, Dongui was the same thing. It was used primarily as something you wore, and the smell generated a vibration, the odor, right, to help wall off danger, and at the same time to help you safely return home. Okay, so it might be Dongui, for that matter. Right? So again, what I normally do is I have my patients smell this among my samples, right, and say which one you like. So they pick, instead of me picking intellectually or by intuition. Right? If they can't pick, because some of us happen to be Xiaoyang, we're very indecisive. Oh, you pick for me, right? Or sometimes we just simply we lack confidence, that we think, oh, the clinician probably know better than we do, right? Even though we fail to realize that it's always yourself that knows best, but you believe, or at least you don't want the responsibility, you pass it on to the clinician and then let the clinician decide, okay? So this will then satisfy my second part of my strategy, right, of nourishing, right, but then at the same time, I want to move, right? Dongui exerts both. Biotic doesn't really exert as much of an invigorating quality, right? So you might need to invigorate that. Already, you might see that the species that we're interested in, by its name, at least from the Western context, is the Angelica species, right? Right? So from a Western point of view, right, that which attracts angelic influences. Okay, so again, it could be Angelica sinaiensis, right, Dongui, Angelica pubescens, right, Duho, right, which definitely we learn in TCM that's useful for bee obstruction, namely wind, damp, cold bee obstruction. And those I'm frozen. I don't know what to do. I have pain. I don't know how to overcome this pain. I have some obstruction. Be it something that is based on climatic factors, radiating or wandering bee, wind. Is it heavy bee or damp bee? Right? Is it fixed bee or cold bee? Right? That's just, again, a differentiation. The fact is, regardless what nature it is, you have an obstruction. You can't move. Right? And Duho, remember, helps you to move, helps you to exercise, right, the limbs, right, which is under the control of the spleen, but also to exercise the muscles, the ligaments and the tendons, so that you can cause changes in your life, which is under the domain of the liver, okay? So you have this contact, right, and both of them will affect the kidneys, right? If you think of wind, liver, think of damp, spleen, I think of cold, kidneys, right? So you can also think of it in that context. So you might use something like Angelica pubescens or maybe Angelica dohorica, Baijiu, right? All of these are available as essential oils. So it's just a matter of you deciding which one you or your patient, by having them select, works well with them, right? Baijiu means already the white analgesic, right? The word "jiu" is the plant radical over the character. That means, right, something that's going to provide a relief, right, for pain, for obstruction. And while we typically borrow from the materia medica and superimpose that the functions that's been given in materia medica is going to be the function of oil, the oils a lot of times are very different, right? They're not going to be the same as the, right, just the entire, in this case, the root of the plant, radix, right? All of these are radix, right? All right, so Baijiu, opens the sinuses, as we know, used for frontal headaches, right? People use it for blemishes on their skin and so forth, right? That's looking at the bansa, but as an essential oil, it's also very good for moving blood, right? So again, it moves blood stagnation. Anything that moves fluids, lymphatics, is going to move the other aspect that is a fluid medium, namely blood, or even the idea of marrow, right? So we can look at any of the Angelica, right? You can even look at what's very popular in Western aromatherapy, Angelica Archangel, right? Which is supposed to be in alignment with Archangel Michael, right? So again, right, you might look at it right, in that particular context. So now we satisfy the idea that, yes, I want to retrieve, but I also want to look at the trauma, retrieve my trauma, recall the trauma, or let's say for someone that's relatively healthy, right, but they have a learning disability, they seem to have a hard time getting that information out, right? So that's dyslexia, and I want to be able to retrieve, so I need to move that blood out faster, right? Then this will be a very important part of the blend. or maybe someone who is retrieving information too quickly, right? And as a result, they're inundated with a lot of information, right? That's the nervous type, and that's the person that's always very restless, right? You could tell, right? They always have to move the body a little, right? Very woody quality. Sometimes we think of that, right? That means that person has potentially, if they're a child, attention, right? Deficit disorder, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, right? Then you need to be more about nourishing, calming, sedating, settling, pacifying, right? That would be more the Baji Ren, would be a major part of that ingredient, right? So again, we have that second part of working with the Hun, right? So again, I collect experiences of life, and I have a very strong ability to recall those experiences of life. So it helps to identify who I am, okay? Or you might say, I have a hard time recalling. I have a lot of glitches in my memory because of some trauma that occurred, right? There's a time period in my life that I just don't want to remember, right? So if you're doing past life regression within this lifetime, or you're doing psychoanalysis within this lifetime, these are going to be, you're working primarily with the Hun. That's what you're working with, right? So the third part of our so-called strategy or blend, right, that we want to work with. So again, we're opening the orifice, opening the brain, opening maybe the tenomuscular, the sinews, right? That means you are affecting Wei Qi, right? Wei Qi, remember, right, deals with one's mood, right? Wei Qi deals with one's sleep, right? Wei Qi deals with one's appetite, right? So again, right, all these things that we just talked about, that's part of the, right, the GABA pathways, right, associated with that, right? It can even affect one's, right, sexual activity or sexual stimulation. Now, for those of you why am I associating this with Wei Qi? Okay, because first of all, right, Wei Qi, as we know, travels to the surface of the body, right, where in terms of surface anatomy, it goes to the skin and to the sinews. Right, where the word sinew is a collective word for ligaments, right, tendons, and muscles, okay? Wei Qi is also, as we know, part of, as it goes to the surface, part of the body's immune system, right? It's one aspect of one's upright qi, right? It's one component of Jing Qi, the upright qi. So it deals also with one's immunity, right? So it helps the body to fight off, right, exogenous, right, pathogenic factors, right, as that goes to the surface, right? So of course in Chinese, those factors are environmental, right? So again, right now, some of us, right, might be adjusting to the environment, right? We just arrived here to Santa Fe, relatively higher altitude than where you came from. And so as a result, my Wei Qi is trying to adjust to that, and you might get headachy, right? You might notice that you have altitude sickness, right? That's an environmental adjustment. Wei Qi is trying to adjust that. And since Wei Qi goes up and out, right, you might feel, right, a certain sense of restlessness, right? Energy is going to the surface, so you might notice that your sleeping is affected, right? Because at night, Wei Qi retreats inward, okay? So that's environmental. Maybe it's climatic, right? You're not used to the hot and dry weather, right? Because you came from, let's say, Louisiana, where it's hot, so you're used to the heat, but you're used to the humidity. You're acclimated to humidity. You're not used to the dry, right, atmosphere. So that's now a climatic, right, a type of adaptation, right? In other words, right, Wei Qi is part of not only your innate immunity, but it's also part of your adaptive immunity too, okay? It might be pestilence, right? And that you're trying to deal with, right? So again, you're not used to all the mosquitoes, right? You're going out, walking around, and there's a lot more mosquitoes, right? Because you come from an urban setting, very little, lesser mosquitoes in an urban setting, right? So you're not used to these pestilence, these little bites that you have, and then you have Wei Qi that is now having to deal with that, right? So all of these environmental aspects, right, is part of Wei Qi's component, right? Wei Qi also, right, is responsible for, right, peristalsis, right, swallowing, breathing, defecating, urinating, right? Everything that involves sphincter muscles, right, is part of Wei Qi, right? So when I swallow, Wei Qi allows for that, right, energy to move down, right? So that's why Wei Qi, right, deals with digestion, ingestion, digestion, elimination, right? At nighttime, Wei Qi goes inward. That's why you rest to digest, right? Wei Qi helps you to digest more, right? Because you're no longer engaged with the external world, right? So that's why it helps you with sleeping, it helps you with hunger, right? And as it descends downward and causes peristalsis and cause urination, it also can cause sexual arousal, right? That's why it's also useful for that, okay? So that's the GABA, right, pathways. So the oils that affects GABA, right? Like again, the 1,8-cinnamol or the eucalyptol that we talked about, right, affects this Wei level, okay? Or maybe again, linalool, which is a monoterpenol, right, has an effect on the GABA pathway as well, right? That would be chemical composition of essential oils as a way of explaining this, okay? So this is part of this idea of Wei Qi. Now, I also talked about something that we need to, right, at least if you're not familiar with, we have to differentiate. We have the term, like, Gan, like the word Qing, and the word Xing, right? So Gan, right, basically, right, within the psycho-emotional mental domain represents your mood, okay? Mood basically means that you do not know why you feel the way you feel, right? In other words, it has no, right, target that it allows you to explain why you feel the way you feel. So you woke up this morning, you were in a happy mood, you don't know why. Maybe it's sunny, you could come up with reasons why, right? Maybe because you had a good night's sleep, right? Whatever it is, you try to figure out. But, you know, you have had nights where you had good night's sleep, but you still woke up with a bad mood, right? So mood, right, there's no reason, right? Reason requires you to come up with an experience, right, of something that allows you to use that experience to rationalize why you're feeling what it is. That has to be an emotion. An emotion has a reason, right? I woke up happy this morning because I woke up next to you. That's a reason. So the happiness is an emotion and not a mood, right? So in other words, you come up with, there's a reason for why you're feeling the way you feel. I'm angry because you said something really nasty to me. Now I came up with a reason. So the anger is an emotion and not a mood. I don't know why I'm angry, just feel angry today. That's a mood, right? An emotion has to have blood that's being banked, because that means you could come up with the experience, which is a reason for you feeling what it is you're feeling, okay? A temperament is the Xing, okay? All right? A temperament is your overall predisposition emotionally and mentally, right? So a wood temperament, obviously, might have a certain type of emotion that they tend to experience, be it frustration, resentment, anger, or be it mentally, right? They're very ambitious, they're very goal-orientated, right? They like to be ahead of the game, right? They're very creative, right? So we have positive and negative aspects about someone who's a wood temperament, Rarely are you one temperament, you're very often a combination, right? Because that's how you negotiate. Because very often you're innate temperament, right? Genetics, and then you have an acquired temperament, right? Right? That's called social conditioning, right? So you acquire a certain type of temperament as well. So that's called the Xing. So each one of these, right, vectors of how I feel, how I think, relates to an energetic layer of the body. The Wei level is mood. So if you have a mood disorder like bipolar disorder, that's a mood disorder, right? Some of us have generalized anxiety disorder. I'm just anxious all the time. I could come up with reasons why I'm anxious, but there are also times I don't have any reason. So you have a general anxiety mood disorder, right? So that's a Wei level problem, right? Emotions are on the yin level, right? They're in the level of blood, right? They're on the level of the hormones, the Jing Ye, right? Right, whereas the Wei is more the Jing level, right? In that context there, okay? So, and then of course the temperament is that something that your Jing, right, your Yuan level, the Yuan Qi level, right, is negotiating your life through, because that temperament allows you to complete something that you need to complete in this life. And having a certain temperament makes that completion much more easier. Okay, so that's your temperament. Granted, your acquired temperament might sabotage your innate temperament, and that generally is the case. Right? Most of us, through social conditioning, don't really live out being who we were meant to be. Right? Even geneticists will tell you that majority of who we are 70% epigenetics and 30% genetics. That means most of us are influenced more by the environment and the social situations we have in life than who we were born to be. Right? Unless you retreat from society, which was what a lot of Taoist practices, right? They became hermits, to come and have a confrontation with oneself. So they retreat away from the world, and they began to see who they were, right? Without the world getting in the way, or without you having to behave in a certain way, just so that you can stay, right, harmonious in that world that you're living in, right? So this is the three components, right, that we also see when it comes to our psyche or to our Shin, the heart, mind idea, right? So, right, when we look at reason, why am I doing this? Well, because if you do this, you'll get rewarded, right? If you do this, right, you're going to feel more, right, pleasurable, right? That's the dopamine, right, neurotransmissions, right, that we see. Mood, that's the GABA, right, type of pathways that we're seeing. And temperaments, right, is a combination of all of those things. Because temperament exerts a certain mood, it exerts a certain emotions, right? And that which affects all three levels is serotonin, right, levels, okay? So basically, right, and again, I'm only singling out certain neurotransmitters, most popular ones that generally is talked about, right, in terms of literature, in terms of, how to explain it to your patients, okay? So if you're looking at this particular model, right, and this is going to be important because the next topic we're going to go into is the Shin. And the Shin resides in the heart, right? So it's going to deal with all of these factors taking place, okay? So that's the idea that I was talking about in terms of the GABA having an effect on mood, having an effect on sleep, hunger, sex, right, and so forth. Okay, so as we establish a strategy for the Hun, right, singling out, right, that we're going to open the orifice. So keep in mind, you could do this through acupuncture, right? Just that our theme is essential oil. So the essential oil is the modality, right? The treatment principle can be herbal medicine, it could be acupuncture, it could be massage, right? Whatever works well for that patient, okay? And then we talked about, right, that you have to help the person in terms of their memory, right, which means that you're regulating, right, usually the liver, which stores the hun, right? But in doing so, you already recognize the relationship between the liver and the spleen. That you're also harmonizing, right, the relationship, right, with the spleen, so the spleen is able to bank the blood, right? So as you regulate the liver and spleen, how are you regulating it? You're regulating it by nourishing blood, right? You're regulating it by banking the blood, and you're regulating it by invigorating or moving the blood, right? That's going to help you with memory. Invigorating is the rate of recall, right? So I want to speed it up, right? I want to speed up my ability to recall something, right? And again, eucalyptus speed up your recall ability. So if your reflexes are very slow and you want to increase that reflex, right? Eucalyptus, right? Or the 1,8 synonol, right? That increases, right, faster reflexes, okay? So that's this aspect of dealing with memory, which in our context would be regulating the liver by nourishing or banking the blood and invigorating the blood and working with the hun, right? The third aspect, right, relating to the hun, right, is the aspect that, remember, the hun represents collective consciousness, right? It also represents, as we said, things that can sabotage your memory, right? Which part of that is why you're invigorating the blood, to be able to recall and to retrieve. That's the reflex idea of bringing information out. But we know already the trauma, right, can result in some type of blood stasis. Right? And while you might be invigorating the blood to bring you to the state of trauma, right, that trauma itself might require you to have to dissipate it, right? So in other words, the trauma itself is so entrenched into your consciousness that just invigorating the blood is not going to be successful in doing so, okay? Right, the trauma itself is a wound, right? And so we need things to help break up that. Right? Herbal medicine have taught you that resins, right, treats chronic non-healing wounds. Right? It's like, okay, I've been wounded, right? It has a scar. I'm going to peel off that scar until it scars again. I'm going to peel it off. Right? So I never really want to heal my scar. I'm constantly, right, peeling it off. So this is where the resins come in, right? The resins, by its nature, are very sticky, right? They're very heavy. They are usually base no oils. They're very heavy, very sticky, right? And they try to close off, right, that sense of vulnerability that you feel if you have to relive that trauma. A big part of the reason why is because we don't want to go there because we feel very vulnerable at that time. But you're not that person anymore at that time. You're another person. Granted, you might feel yourself lesser than who you were, but if you want to return back to that state, you need to work out your wounds. So these are where the resins come in, right? Be it things like myrrh, again, right? Mu Yao, be it things like Wu Shang, that you might use, right? So things that are very thick, right, and things that has the ability of mending wounds that won't heal, right? So again, you know, that could be like Dixapsi that we've talked about. It's an herb, right? I don't think we have an essential oil for Shu Duan yet, but that would be an example of something that helps to mend back something that's been broken, okay? Because that's what it means, right? To mend that which has been fractured, Shu Duan. Okay, so, but resins can do it, right? And so this becomes kind of like working on that pericardium idea that we talked about, the Jui Yin, right, concept, that we're trying to help to seal off that which has been you might say, lacerated, that has been broken up. So the hun, right, brings the information from the liver into the brain. It deposits into the brain, right? But then it could be that download is so the file is so big, right, that the brain can't basically process it. It cannot download all that information. It's so big because I've invested so much of my life into that trauma that right now my brain is having a short circuitry. Or you might say you have what they would call a nervous breakdown because you don't know how to process that overwhelming amount of stress, right? In the old days, remember, we call it taxation, right? That's the Chinese word for stress, right? There was physical taxation, and there's mental and emotional taxation, right? But the problem is that anything that is stagnant, right? Anything that is an obstruction, right? A stasis, right? That means that, right, things that are not moving, right, that is stuck begins to what? Rot. It begins to decay. That's why the Dreyer relationship with the digestive system, right, with the idea of, right, things rotting, right? Pericardium points, remember, in acupuncture are used for food stasis, right? Food stagnation, used for parasites, goo, right? So this is where it comes now into the idea that we're looking at that blood stasis, right? It's a form of Shen stasis because the Shen is contained in the blood, right? And at the same time, to maintain that blood stasis, right, you have to, right, everything then is being allocated to maintain that blood stasis. That means we have the transformation of Jing into blood. We have the transformation of the Ye, the thick fluids, into blood. And that means that there is a relative deficiency, right, in the Jing and the Ye. Right? We all know that sometimes when someone have a major trauma, they almost practically age overnight. Right? The taxation on the Jing and the Ye. Right? A major event in their life, and they seem to age overnight. Because remember, aging is that they're stuck in the past or in the future. They're all stuck there every day. Their mind just keeps dwelling back on the past. Only if this did not happen, or only if I did this, and all these different ifs, right? Right? If I'm doing this, then this will happen, right? All these ifs again, all these ifs, right? So to work out this blood stasis, right, we talked about the idea of using the resins, right, to work out the blood stasis, right? I mean, the resins, right, taking place. But we also, right, now have to, right, because remember the liver, right, nourishes the heart. And the spleen, via the stomach, right, nourishes the heart, the Shen. Right, the three organs that relates to blood. Spleen banking the blood, liver, right, storing the blood. But remember, you cannot nourish or bank without moving, invigorating the blood, and it's the heart's qi, if not the yang, that moves the blood. So if I have spleen or liver stagnation, then the heart is going to have stagnation. That means you have Shen that is going to become stagnant, okay? And since this is relating back to the essence, to the kidneys, right, that we talked about, that heart-kidney relationship is the pericardium, right, idea that we looked at, right? So that's why we went toward the pericardium, or if you prefer, the Sanjiao, the triple heaters domain, right, in working that out, okay? So as you work with someone's hun, right, and they have trauma, right, that's sabotaging, right, the person's ability to, right, reclaim themselves, we have to, right, work with breaking up that trauma. And this is where you have to add in, right, animal, right, solvents into your oil blend, right? We've been using carrier oils, right? If you're making an oil blend, most likely you would use a carrier oil, right? If you're making a perfume, right, most likely they would use alcohol, so it's a little different, right, than a carrier oil that you're making with an alchemical blend, right? Perfumes are usually about, you know, getting things to evaporate so you can really, right, discern the smell. Alcohol allows for that evaporation process to take place quicker. But animal solvents, right, which means there's a lot of yang energy in there, helps to move that energy, that's the kidneys, right, animal, right, as we all know, right, it could be like the excretions, right, of course I'm not telling you to use urine or something like that, or to collect your own sweat, or to collect your own tears, even though in alchemy, a lot of times they actually would collect the tears. It means you would basically cry and then collect your tears and then put the essential oils into the tears as a way to cause, because again, besides the mineral concentration in tears, right, the saline concentration in tears, there's also, right, energetic vectors in the tears or in the saliva or in the urine that can impact that. Remember, Premarin comes from horse urine, right? So again, it's not like we don't use that in Western medicine or something like that, okay? All right, and of course, the animal solvent that has become very popular in the perfume industry, right, is the ambergris, right? Right, which is the vomit, right, of the sperm whale, right? And you know, it stinks really bad, I mean, you know, but when it's mixed with alcohol, it seems to have a magical transformation, right? Or in Chinese, they use the musk, right? Which is also used in, right, xiaxiang, right? The rubbings, right? So instead of using your own animal solvent, right, you use something like a sini, right? Yi jiao, right? Donkey sweat, right? Right? Yi jiao or xiaxiang, right? These are common things that people would now add into, right? Or they would dissolve into the alcohol, they would dissolve into the carrier oil to help you, right, to bring that yang quality, because animal products, right, basically by the fact that they're self-propelling, brings a yang quality into a plant essence. So it has a very strong invigorating effect on moving stasis. Right? Some of you might know that in herbal medicine, right? In herbal medicine, what do? You use the wingless cockroach, right? The 2B chong. You use earthworms, right? The dilong. You use shui ji, the leeches, right? All those are animals, right? To help move that blood stasis. But here, because we're looking at it as a tincture, right, as a solvent, you're going to add an animal, right, solvent into your carrier oil. And that's going to be important for someone that has a trauma, right? It's the excretions that they're not able to excrete in terms of the emotional traumas in their life. So this is what changes the dynamics of it, okay? So again, you begin, right, as I said, make your blend, and then you're now going to pour that blend that you made into a carrier oil. Okay, the carrier oils again could be, depends on what modality you're going to be using. Okay, are you going to be doing a massage type of therapy? Okay, are you going to be using maybe just more like an acupressure type of therapy? Are you doing some type of diffusion? Right, so you get these aromatherapy diffusers, right? So again, these are topical measures, right? Or maybe again, self-application, right? Where the patient is taught to apply the blend maybe in a particular point, right? For me, it's usually I just tell them an area. I don't really tell them a point because then, I don't want to get into the metal temperament that tells you, that keep on texting you back, is this exactly where it is? I just didn't want to, because I'm more water. As long as you in that area, it doesn't matter, right? But you don't want to get into that situation, so you just say, well, that area, right? So more area application. Now, there's certain, and the costs, right? If you're doing self-application into the area, right, and you are now making your blend, and your blend is going to go into a carrier oil, right? We have to decide which carrier oil you're going to use, okay? And for working with the Shen, right, it's a different type of carrier oil, right? The oil I recommend is using hazelnut, right? So it's a little bit oily. If you don't like it, you can definitely try to dilute it with almond oil, right, which is still a nut oil, right? So it's definitely right amenable to buy a nut instead of a seed oil with a nut oil, right? And nuts, remember, would be among the food categories that has all three nutritional components that we're interested in from a Western nutritional point of view. In other words, if you look at the food category that has carbohydrates, protein, and fat, that's going to be nuts, right? Right, more than any of the other categories, okay? So hazelnut, some of you probably know, it's a very important one in terms of shamanic practices. And that's why, it's one of the nuts that are very easy to digest in terms of shamanism, right? So again, you combine that with almond oil to get it into a type of viscosity that you believe, right, the patient is willing to apply on their body without feeling, oh, this is too oily for me, okay? So that's one oil that you might be working with, especially nut oil is very useful for the pole, okay? Right? Again, we talk about topical application. If you're infusing it or diffusing it, it could be just a blend, right? You don't necessarily need a carrier oil, even though sometimes you might do that just to allow it to have a longer life, right, in terms of the diffuser. So definitely that's going to be very important for a pole situation. If it's a Hun situation, which again deals more with blood, right? That's why nuts, as some of you know in categories, relates to the liver, right? I mean to the lungs, I should say. And the Hun relates to the liver, right? So if you're looking at the liver and it deals a lot with blood, you want something that is very useful for moving blood. And those are going to be the floral type of oils like cardamom safflower oil, sunflower oil, right? Could be a rose hip oil, right? So again, you're looking more at the oils that comes from, right, the floral, or these, right, seeds of some of these florals, right? Sunflower oil obviously comes from sunflower seeds. But again, you're looking more at the floral context of it. Right? The most popular in Chinese, of course, is Honghua, which is cardamom, right? Or safflower, right? Very good for helping to affect the issue of blood. And I would do a combination because safflower, as we know, is more Honghua, more for moving blood. You also want something to nourish the blood, right? Something that will help to enrich the blood. And again, that could be something like olive oil, avocado oil, right? Could be useful for that, right? Olive, of course, relates more to the liver, right? As well as avocado, right? Relates to the liver, right? So both of these, right? And they have a nourishing quality because I want to nourish blood, but also invigorate safflower blood. So again, you want to do a blend, right? So it's not based on viscosity, but it's rather based on the idea of nourishing and moving at the same time. Okay? So, and then Shan will talk about a little later. So these would be the carrier oils that you're going to use if you're using something topical. Now, right, if you're dealing with the idea of trauma, because trauma is something that, right, requires, right, that it's not just massaging the body, okay? The notion, right, of a trauma especially if you think of a trauma that is an accident, right? You've been hit by a car. You got whiplash, right? One of the most common major traumatic component that's caused disability, okay? The idea is that very often traumas can be quite abrupt, right? And those type of traumas require some type of technique that involves slapping. In Chinese we call that pak, right? Slapping or hitting. It sounds like you're abusing yourself, right? That's what you're doing, right? You're representing that physical form of feeling that, right? And we already know, right, that has been taken up by psychological tradition, borrowing from Chinese medicine really, and that becomes known as tapping, right? They tap. Tapping is the same as slapping. I could be slapping, I could be hitting, right? Tapping is just a gentle form of trying to generate a vibration within a certain area, maybe acupuncture points, right? Tapping Ren 12, right? So that's why it says an area. Just tap around the area between your breasts, right? So you don't have to say Ren 17 or something like that. Right? Just tap that area, right? Tap around the area underneath your collarbone, right? Stomach channel, lung channel, right? Kidney channel, right? Just tap around that area, right? Or tap, slapping that area, right? Hitting. Right? So again, you put the blend there and then you potentiate it by hitting it. Right? And in fact, that's also why I suggested to you Ba, Ji Ren. And notice the similarities of the characters. Right? One has the hand, radical shou, which means the hand, like shou, tai yin, arm tai yin, it means arm, hand, shou. That as a radical is written like this, right? That's the radical. Right? Here we just have the character for wood, right? Because this is a plant. It's a shrub, really, even though it can be trained to be a tree, right? It's a shrub, right? Baji by odor, right? Occidentalis, right, would be its botanical name, but again, both of them have the character for white. White means what? Releasing, letting go. Metal, right? Letting go, right? It's almost, so this is the first, important process, right? So it's not just teaching a patient to apply it in a certain area, it's what technique, right, they're going to apply to it. From a massage tune-up point of view, it's called the pak technique, right? From a shiatsu, from acupressure, right, it means instead of me hitting it, I put it there, it's called a vibrating technique, right? In other words, I'm just not lifting my hand back and forth, I'm just keeping my hand, but moving it up and down. That's called a vibrating technique, right? I'm just keeping it on the surface and I'm vibrating it. That would be a shiatsu or acupressure technique on an area or on a point, right? So this is what I mean, right? That, you have a massage or an acupressure, right, technique. So specific to our discussion, it's going to be these techniques, okay? Now, of course, we know that you can have a trauma that is long-term, right? You're in a bad relationship, right? And every day you have to take the verbal abuse of your spouse. Right, you're in a prescribed relationship, you can't help it, you were born to have these parents, and these parents every day harasses you, right? So every day you have some type of abuse, be it physical abuse, be it mental abuse, right? So it's a gradual abuse, right? And so what you need to do in that type of situation is you have to do jostling. Right? So jostling, or in the Western tradition, triggering, after Milton Trigger, right? Triggering, right? Milton Trigger, right? Developed this technique of just that jostling, just jostling, like jostling, right? Jostling, just kind of like just getting the body to wobble, right? Back and forth, like ripples, right? Taking place, okay? And we all know that's a very important thing, because if I did this in a very extreme form, like that, you call that a seizure. And a seizure recalibrates the neurological system. A seizure basically recalibrates your brain. Your brain needs to be recalibrated because your brain's constantly thinking about something that is, right? I'm ready to go home and I'm ready like tense because I know my parents are going to be screaming at me, right? Every day I go home, right, with that posture. It's almost like I'm already all shooken up, right? And that's what you need to do. You all know that's how you release, right, even acute trauma. You got into a terrible car accident, you came out of the car and you're all shoken up, you're shaking, you're jostling. Right? You say, oh, I just, that's jostling you're doing. Right? Just that you're doing unconsciously. So by doing it consciously, right, you are getting the body to release, you're creating a conscious, right, control seizure, convulsion, tremors of the body to recalibrate the brain, right, that the liver goes to reset this back into motion. And that is being facilitated by the essential oil blend. Or you might say the essential oil blend is being facilitated by the technique. Right? That's why the blend sometimes won't work unless you do the technique. Okay? So this is, in acupuncture, right, we call it shaking the needle. Right? The dragon wags his tail. Right? Because that's used for wind, and wind is for seizures, convulsions, and these type of releases. So that gives us now already the treatment strategy, right, of creating an oil blend for someone who has an imbalance with their Hun. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll look at now the Shen. All right. So after we understand aspects of the soul, then tomorrow we can look at emotional states and mental states that begins to cause further taxation, or is the root of the taxation on the spirit, or on the soul. Okay? So we'll take a short break and we'll come back. Okay, so welcome back to our last segment for today. So we talked about creating a blend, right? So in the process of creating a blend, right, anything that is considered, relatively speaking, therapeutic, right, would be what in the aromatherapy industry would be considered 4 to 6% dilution, okay? And the way I'm using the dilution is if you're looking at 10 to 12 drops collectively, total of the oils you use, and you put that to 30 milliliters or 1 ounce of a carrier oil or a blend of carrier oil, that's a 1% dilution. That means if you're using 40 to 48 drops of an essential oil blend, that means maybe 4 drops of this, 10 drops of that, it adds up to whatever number, right? In this case, 40 to 48 drops, that would be a 4% dilution, right? So it gives you some leeway, if you did like 41 or 42. And again, this is based on Jean Venet's recommendations. Some of you know Jean Venet was one of the first MDs, a French doctor who wrote the book, The Practice of Aromatherapy. And in the early years of aromatherapy, this was one of the first few books that was available on aromatherapy. And I follow his equations, right, that 10 to 12 drops represents 1% dilution, and that if you're using it for therapeutic purposes, it's 4 to 6%, right, dilutions that you want to use. Other aromatherapy books might have lesser amount of oils that constitutes 1%. So I'm just giving you where I'm developing or which particular resource I was using in the early years of aromatherapy to come up with this form of dilution. Right? So in other traditions, they might consider that a high amount. I've been using this in my practice since I've been using essential oils, and that works well for me. For children, of course, it's going to be lesser dilution, 1 to 2% dilution. Now, generally speaking, and as most of you know, my recommendation is that you use the oils 3 days on, 3 days off, okay? Now, because I'm using a blend that's based on a formulary where you have a base note, a middle note, and a top note, right? Then in that particular blend, that blend is generally applied, right, twice a day. Because I also have a tendency to create a percentage, right, of how much the base note is going to be, the middle note, and then the top note. So the base note is generally only about 20%. The middle note is about 50%, and the top note is about 30%. That means if you're looking at the rate of evaporation, right, the base note is not very, very high. That means that this blend is going to evaporate, relatively speaking, right, faster than 2 days, which would be a base note blend. If it's a middle note blend, it evaporates 6 to 7 hours, right? And if it's the top note blend, it evaporates 2 to 3 hours. So you can see why I'm applying it twice a day, because the middle note is really my major, evaporation rate. That determines the frequency of application. If you have something that's primarily a top note, let's say if the top note was 50% of the blend, you might have to apply it then every 3 or 4 hours, which means you might have to apply it 4 times a day. If it's, let's say, 50% of the base note, then you might obviously be applying it once a day, or once every other day, right? So this is how you determine the frequency of it. Now, some of us are going to be sensitive to some of these oils. That sensitivity could be because the blend itself is mutually antagonistic, where the clinician therapeutically is trying to create that antagonism. So that means the oils or the characteristics of the oil are going to clash with each other. And in doing so, it's going to cause a reaction in your skin that makes your skin become irritated, right? It's almost like stimulating an acupuncture point, right, on an area that becomes irritated. So obviously, if you constantly get irritated in an area, then that's going to be potentially, right, going to cause you to have non-compliance and obviously cause you to have some suffering along the way. So that's why you don't want to create a blend that's going to be irritating for the patient, especially if you have a patient that already is very, very sensitive. So if you know the temperament of the patient, they happen to be a wood type, a fire type, or an earth yang type, then you might want a blend that is not so provoking because they already are, relatively speaking, yang, right? If you have a patient that's more yin, a metal type, an earth type, earth yin type, or a water type, then you can definitely give them a blend that's more provoking because they by nature tends to be already yin. So this also helps to determine maybe the concentration of your blend. It also helps to determine, you know, at what point should you rotate the blend, right? So oils generally are rotated, all right, usually after 2 weeks, you rotate the blend, right? After 18 days is when I recommend that you rotate the blend. So that means you might change the base note a little, right? You might change the middle note, or you might change the top note. It means changing one of these notes. It doesn't mean I change the entire recipe. Or it might mean changing the percentages. It means same formula, but now I'm going to increase the base note because I want to work more on a constitutional level. Right? Now I want to work, I notice that now the seasons are changing. I know that you're going to be traveling. I want to change the top note so that you're able to acclimate to wherever seasons that are changing or wherever place you're traveling to. So it could be just changing the percentages of the blend that you're going to be using, okay? So this is generally how you're going to be using this, right, and working out problems with the pole, the hun, or the shed. Now, of course, this blend can also be applied by diffusers, right? They have aromatherapy diffusers where you basically, right, just put the blend into water, right? That water usually, right, in these diffusers gets heated up, and then the oil which floats on top of the water begins to evaporate, right? That would be one. The old days, of course, would be oil lamps, right? All you do is you have an oil lamp, and on top of the oil lamp is a dish that has an oil in it, and then they put the essential oils on there, and it evaporates. That would be the old-fashioned way of, right, doing the diffusion of aromatherapy of these essential oils. So if you're using an oil base, right, that generally lasts longer than a water base, right? That's generally, right, evaporates relatively faster. And one of the concerns with the water diffusers is that the oil gets very sticky and clogs up, right, sometimes the apparatus. So you just need to be mindful of that, right? So I generally recommend the old-fashioned way, right? And you see they have those things where you put a candle underneath, right? This ceramic holder, and on top of it there's a dish. You just fill that up with water or with oil, and you put your oil blend and let that diffuse in your clinic, or have the patient diffuse that, right, at home, right, if you're treating a specific condition, right? If you know that, there's a seasonal influence taking place, right? And you know that a lot of your patients are going to come in today with certain issues because it happens to be a full moon. Then you might, in your own office, diffuse a certain oil to help people acclimate when yin reaches a state of saturation, like that. All right, or maybe, on, what is that, August 18th, right? August 18th, right? Which is the Genshin Day. Which is the 57th day, right, of the Chinese 60-day calendar, stems and branch calendar, right? You have stem 7, and branch 9, right? That's the Genshin in terms of stems, branches. And some of you probably know, or at least if you've been in my other classes, know that this is the day that in Taoism, right, that your indiscretions for the last 2 months, 60 days, right, is reported back to the registry of life, right? Right? Shi Ming, right? It's going to go to Shi Ming, right? The registry of life. And the bad things, right, you've done is going to get reported, right? And they're going to punish you, right? So this was, again, one of these morality things to get people to behave. But this was belief. That's why in Taoist practices, they stay up. So that spirit that leaves your body to report your indiscretion cannot leave. It can only leave when you are asleep, okay? So let's say, well, I don't want to sabotage my sleep, right? So I can diffuse to send this, right, what they call Dao Shen, the kitchen god, right, up into this dimension of report your indiscretion, but they have nice things to say about you, sweet things to say about you, right? So during that night, you infuse oils that are very sweet, right, very fragrant. I kind of like, get some orange blossom, neroli in there, maybe some jasmine, that would be your base note. I put in one of the citrus smelling oils in there. The things that typically you find in Chinese culture, or even in Western cultures, offerings to the deities, right? You offer fruit, you offer flowers, right? So those things, right, helps to appease, right, the deity. So that's a common practice too, that people burn these type of incense during that day where they are able to go to sleep instead of staying up throughout the night, and they allow sweet reporting to take place, okay? So again, you can make a blend, right, with a base that's usually a floral, right? So jasmine, neroli, orange blossom, chrysanthemum, right? All these type of floral, right, base note oils, right? Top note is usually a citrus, right, type of oil. Usually blood orange is not sweet orange, or tangerine or clementine. And then the middle note is confession. What have I been doing this last, my 60 days? What have I been doing, okay? As you begin to be present with yourself, are there any regrets that you have right now in your life? Are there any type of things that you believe is missing in your life? That's the middle note that you use to negotiate, because the middle note affects the blood, right? The base note affects the jing, and the top note affects the wei, right? So the middle note is the high concentration, right? Because it mediates between outside and inside. So again, you might just decide, it's been a boring last 2 months. I want to spice up my life, right? So let's throw in some spices, right? Maybe I'll throw in some cardamom, sharan. Maybe I put in some rodoco, myristica, or nutmeg, or something like that, right? So that could be spice out your life. Or maybe you've actually felt that you've been really depressed, right? The last 2 months, right? You've been really depressed, and you feel that life isn't going in the way that you want it to be going, right? So you want something to help move your life forward. So maybe I'll add in something like buplora, or maybe chai hu, or maybe xiang fu, which treats depression. So that would be one way that you might allow yourself to sleep through the night, breathing that in. Because in truth, what you are reporting is your own conscience. That's what you're reporting, right? So that would be an example that you can use it also for specific days of the Chinese calendar, okay? And August 18th, right, will be, and then from there, all you do is, 60 days after that, that would become the next time that you would have the special incense that you would burn at night, or you would infuse at night to help you have a very deep sleep and not to feel, you might say, remorseful or regretful about what has occurred in your life in the past. Because remember then means that you cannot be present, okay? Okay, so now we get into the idea of the Shen, And just like we described that the pole, right, already appears early on in Chinese culture, the word Shen also appears early on in Chinese culture, right? So the Hun is a concept that comes later on, and the Shen also has a yin and yang component to it, right? So again, it's not one is yin and one is yang, right? There's the Shen that we know that's stored in the heart, right? For lack of better words, I'm going to call that the little Shen. And then there's the Shen that is right in the brain. And for lack of better words, I'm going to call that the big Shen. Okay? Right. The little Shen is the Shen, right, that is displaced into the blood by the heart. Right? Then that Shen, right, basically represents your curriculum. Okay, so let me try to explain this. So we said already that the creation of life, the creation of a soul, is the combination of Jing plus Shen. Okay? That is the combination of essence combined with spirit. Essence is material, spirit is immaterial. As the essence captures the immaterial, you have the presence of a ling, of a soul, right? Which would be the spiritual aspect of that connection. And that the essential aspect of that connection would be the shui, the marrow, right? So you have these components that are created. Okay? Now, the Shen represents, right, not just the spirit, but it represents something to make the spirit feel complete. Okay? Just like the Jing, right, you obviously procreate to provide for your offspring better opportunities than you once had. Right? That's the whole idea of procreation, not simply because you want to create another person. Because it takes a lot of responsibilities, right, to create another person. And some of us, to be honest, are not very good parents. Right? Even though we try hard to be, right, we really don't deserve to really have kids, right? So nevertheless, but we, in our mind, somehow feel that we need to have kids. So you obviously then are going to be motivated to try to reproduce, okay? So again, it's a survival component, a proliferation type of component, right? And again, right, it's not necessarily a completion of oneself, it's considered an extension, right, of oneself, right? So you see there's a different motive between the two components. The spirit seeks completion, right? The essence, right, seeks extensuation, survival, right? Keep the bloodline going, right? So, and of course in the Chinese culture that was even more demanded because they believe that the ancestors are maintained by the descendants. So once you lose any descendants, that means no one's there to maintain the ancestral hall, the ancestral tablet, then the ancestral, right, so-called bloodline is lost. So there was a tremendous amount of pressure for people to maintain and to procreate in the Chinese culture, which leads to overpopulation, as you see, problematic in the Chinese, or even, not even the Chinese, the Asian culture. East Asian, right? The Chinese, the Koreans, and the Japanese, and Vietnamese, okay? So this idea of extension. Now, when we die, right, we have certain things that occur, right? The pole, right, returns back to the earth, right, to the tool. That's why this cinnamon, right, represents that, right, idea of the earth that we talked about, right, as an important part of the fumigation process. The Hun, just like the Hun, travels up into your brain, right? It leaves your body and it travels up into the sky, into heaven, wherever that dimension you will associate with 10 is, right? So it goes upward, right? So one has a yang quality and one has a yin quality, right? Lungs descend, liver ascends, right? So we have those qualities taking place. So the idea of it is that when you die, right, the image that's given is your eyes begin to see your entire, right, hun, the entire collection of your life being played out. Right? So you see from the time that you were born, you see the time that you became a young child, you see all those progressions. Okay? Now again, it's not a day-to-day type of, right, imagery. It's the things that you remember, the things that were very definitive in your life. Right? Some of it might be, right, on a very subliminal level, but it's the things that are being projected that are definitive, that defines your life, right? And the Holocaust, right, is processing this as well. And anything that, remember, that the Hun is releasing, that you felt, right, wait a minute, wait, stop the film, stop. There was something wrong in that part of my life. Can I go back and relive that experience again? So that becomes a seed of an incarnation, right? So that means I want to come back again. I want to take on a bodily form to have something by energetics that duplicates the event that I'm not able to get over. That could be something very traumatic. It could be something very exhilarating. So something that's very good or something very bad. Things that I'm still attached to, right? So that means that once you have that intentionality, that's the Shen, basically now, right, wants to what? Become embodied with a Jing so that you can have a form that can relive an experience, right, in that body. Now remember, when you die, the Shen is merging with many other Shens. And many of these other Shens, many other people, right, may have different curriculums that they need to fulfill. Right? So what happens is your soul is really a conglomeration of different Shens. That's why you can say, oh, in this life I was this, in that life. Not necessarily you as an identity, but that you now in your body took on a lot of Shens from different lives. So it's not that you were really like, this a continuum into who you are. It's a collection of different Shens. And that's called the Big Shen. Right? The Big Shen is a collection of all the little Shens, right, that lived. Right? So, and each Shen has something they want to live out. They want to complete. It wasn't complete. It was a terrible experience. It was a very happy experience. Even we can't let go of happiness too. So we have a form of attachment, and that's called a curriculum. Right? In Chinese, we call that a mandate. Right? We call that a Ming. Right? That's called a curriculum. Right? So because of that, right, that Shen is looking for, right, parents that carries the Jing to be able to provide them with the, right, situation in life that will fulfill that particular curriculum. A good curriculum or a bad curriculum. Remember, it could be something very traumatic that you're not able to resolve, and that's why you say, I don't want to look at that, right? That means the film stopped. And that means you have to experience that once again. So that means you might have parents that will give you a bad experience. You would call them bad parents, but that needed to be bad parents because else you would not experience that event that you were not able to overcome in a previous lifetime. Okay? So this is what the Shen is about. Right? The Shen is just basically trying to complete unfulfilled or unfinished business. Business that are good, business that are bad, because by judgment, which is the pole, right? That's metal, right? That's why we have to, it comes in with the air, right? The Shen, right? So in other words, procreation or reproduction, right? The Jing of the male and female obviously is coming together, right? So again, chapters 54 of the Ling Shu describe this process, okay? And as the male and female comes together, right? The cosmos, right? The sky, heaven, right? Is attracting, right? And you have the precipitation of the pole, right? The pole, remember, is earthbound, right? That pole carries with it the Shen, right? We call that Yi Guan, the lung-heart connection, right? We call that the one link, right? Yi Guan, right? There's even a formula, right? Yi Guan Jin, right? The one link decoction that's used to make that heart, right, lung connection, right? Because remember, fire controls metal, okay? So the curriculum dictates that this pole, right, enters into the kidneys, right? So now the parental figures, right, their lungs, right, grasp the pole, and then the pole gets seeded into, right, the sexual fluid, which is being seeded as well between the male and female principle, and you have now conception, right, taking place. So this is the Chinese imagery of how you conceive. So it's not based just on two people having reproduction. That sex is very, right, tantric. It's also a ritual, right? And as a ritual, right, it has the possibility of generating, right, life, new life. Right? And that ritual is this, where the Jing, right, captures the Shen, right, with the lungs descending the qi into the kidneys, right, to capture that into the seminal fluids, right, the vaginal fluids, the sexual fluids that are coalescing together, and then we begin to wrap around it, right? We create a bow, right? We encapsulated spiral energy now comes together, right? It's coming together, right? It's coiling, creating that coil, and then when you put this into a ideogram, right, that's called bow. Right? And bowel cause, when you put the flesh radical with it, it's called the uterus or the womb. Right? You become impregnated. Right? But there's the energy that's coming together. Right? The energy of yin, right, that's the Jing. The energy of the Shen, that's the yang. So it creates the Renmai and the Du-mai. Right? The Ren and Du are created. The foundation of life, yin and yang, is created. Right? That which is circulating in the front, that which is circulating in the back, right? That's created, and it's being held together by that daimai, right? That holds it together, right? So now you have along the back, the ren, along the front, the du, and then, right, they have already, right, a curriculum that they have to fulfill. And that curriculum, right, is the Shen. And since Shen is carried by the blood, we call that the sea of blood, Chengmai, right, which integrates the yin and the yang, right? So that's called the first ancestry, right? Again, reproduction, that I'm trying to create something that is fulfilling an ancestral need, right? Extension of the bloodline, but also, right, containing the Shen, right, which is the foundation of yin and yang as well, or the foundation being housed in blood, right, and the sea of blood that we call the Cheng. So you have that relationship. So when we look at the idea of working with Ling Shen, that's the little Shen, right, not the big Shen, the little Shen, means that you're trying to help the person to come to a state of completion. Right? And we already know in previous discussions, right, that the little Shen resides in the heart, right? And the heart has 9 heart pains, right? Right, the things that got you into being incarnated in the first place, right? The 9 heart pains. Now, the 9 heart pains are also somatic. They describe 9 different types of pain that you might experience in your chest. Arrhythmia, tachycardia, chest oppression, right, intercostal distension, you know, that type of idea, right? So there are 9 types of quality of pain that you might experience. But also it describes the 9 types of struggles you have in life. And those 9 heart pains, again, includes the health, right? Includes having abundance, It includes having, right, the ability to work with prosperity or charity, right? It involves relationships, right? Relationships that are prescribed. Right? Notice you cannot really run away from it. It's given. Those are your family, right? Can't help it. Those are my brothers and sisters. That's my parents. I can't help it. Those are my grandparents. I can't help it. Those are my children. I can't help it, right? Unprescribed, right, means by choice, right? These are my friends, right? This is your spouse, your partner, your mate, your companion, right? Unprescribed. You made a choice, right? You can easily say, I don't want you in my life anymore. That's it, right? It's harder to say that I don't want your parents in your life anymore, even though some of us do that, but it's harder, right? You feel a certain sense of familial obligation, right? Piety, right, to that relationship, right? And then from there, right, we have, right, creativity. In the old days, they would call that children, right? You have, notice relationship, right, involves that which is unprescribed. Children would be prescribed, etc., right? Parents, friends, right? And then you have the global palace, right? The global lessons, right? Some of us are very much involved with what's happening in the political world today, right? And that bothers you a lot. In fact, you might have patients, right, that come in, right, that they're very bothered by what's happening, right, politically, right? So that means they're very much involved with what's going on in the news and what's going on in the world. That's a global palace. In the old days, you couldn't really find out a lot of things about what's going on in the world, right? You lived in the farm, right? You had a very simple life, right? You didn't know what was going on, right, in the far reaches of the world and all that. You just basically lived a simple life. And if you wanted to know what was going on, you have to go to the town center. And usually in the temples, right, would be the latest news. You get the latest news from either the town hall or from temples, right? Because a lot of times travelers go into temples, right, as a sanctuary, right, overnight stay. They tell the monks what's going on in their parts of the world and their parts of the villages and all that stuff. Or again, they maybe running into the temple for a sanctuary, right, because they're being persecuted, right, by invading tribes or whatever, okay? So global, right? And then you have, of course, what we call our career, right? What we're doing with our lives, what we're working as, right? In the old days, right, most careers were usually being farmers. If not, your career was to be a soldier, right? Those were the most common things. Soldiers, being drafted, and just basically being farmers, right? Being peasants. Right? If you had the wealth, you might be educated, right? And so if you were educated, then you probably could take place in political and government services, right? But that's your career, right? And then from there, right, you have what we call, right, one's own cultivation, one's own realization, right? Those quiet moments, even a farmer have these quiet moments of sitting and looking at the sunset or sunrise and contemplating about the nature of things, about the purpose of life, about, every day, right, what they've been doing their life, right? So, and in some cases, they come to certain realizations about themselves, right? And that's called wisdom, right? So it's also known as the wisdom palace. And then hopefully, right, if you're complete, then finally you could go home. I don't mean physical home, but a spiritual home. So these are called the 9 curriculums, right, that we have been, right, that has been a part of our lives. So for most of us here, this is a big part of our curriculum, right? You are a healthcare provider, so you're always thinking about healing, wellness, or disease, pathogens, physiology, pathology. So health is always in your mind. You're taking this class because you're interested in health. Right? So that's one of your curriculums, right? As you don't know why you became a healthcare provider. Something moved you in that direction, or maybe someone influenced you in that, but that's what you've chosen, okay? Some of us might have chosen this because you think it's a good way, right, of making maybe a good amount of income, right? So maybe abundance is really your issue. You don't really care about someone's health. You really care about being able to see as many people as possible, get paid as much as possible, so you could become a millionaire within maybe 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is, right? So that's your issue, my abundance, right? And maybe acupuncture is not a good career for that, right? Depends on how you choose to do that, right? But I do know acupuncturists who are millionaires because of how they set up their practice. So anyway, abundance could be the issue. And then prosperity, right? Prosperity would be, those of us who are more interested in being caregivers, right? Health, remember, is part of caregiving. Abundance, you have a lot, you basically give away, that's caregiving. But your focus is more about being able to serve, and that's prosperity, right? That you believe you have a lot of maybe service, a lot of materialism, a lot of ideology, and you want to be able to spread that, right? That's prosperity, okay? And then, of course, you have relationships, right? Some of us have had, the major problem of our lives is relationships, right? We don't seem to have very stable, unprescribed relationships, right? You're always fighting with your friends. Well, they're no longer friends because you fought with them, right? Well, you had a divorce 10 times already, so obviously there's some problems with relationships, okay? Or maybe it's prescribed, you have a hard time with your parents, hard time with your kids, your siblings, right? You hardly talk to your parents at all. So it's a relationship issue. And it pains you because it bothers you, right? So all of these are heart pains, and they all affect the Shen. So do you feel, right, like a checklist that you're healthy? Or at least even if you're unhealthy, you're content with the way your health is, right? You're content with the way things are, right? So, okay, that's not a problem. You don't have much money, but you feel you have a lot. Okay, abundance is okay. Right, you want it, you're gonna have it. Prosperity is okay. Right, relationship, everything's pretty good. Right? Creativity, yes. Right, you have done your creativity. Right, you created new ideas, new treatments, maybe. Right, new strategies. You wrote a book. Right, whatever it is, you've been very creative, right? You've been using your creative juices, and that's all you think about, right? How can I create more things, right? Or physically, right? Yeah, you have a dozen of kids, right? That's creativity, right? Global. The world should be the way it should be. I'm not going to be that involved. I'm content. Right? If that's what they want to feel, that's fine. If they want to feel that way, that's fine. Right? I don't care, right? So you don't really are interested in global palace, right? So career. Knowledge, right? How many books, how many lectures do you really have to attend to really feel comfortable with what you know, right? So again, that could be, can you check that off, right? How much cultivation you give to yourself, right? If all of these check off, now these are your visas, right? To get you home, right? If you've one of these things, if you're honest of us, right? Some of these things are bothering you, right? Has been on your mind. Right? Or some of these things you know is on your mind, but you just don't want to go there. You don't want to look at your bank account and see all those minuses. I don't want to look there, right? So you pretend, right? You still go and charge with your credit card, even though you're at a deficit, you still charge up things, right? So you obviously, right, are avoiding the lesson plan, right? So it means in your next lifetime, you're going to have the same lesson plan again. That's the least of belief. Okay? So when you work with the Shen, what you're really trying to do is trying to help the person to come to a state of completion. You're trying to make them feel that they can finish this life and go home so that they don't need to have another incarnation. Now for some of you, you probably like to have an incarnation, right? Because it depends also culturally. You can see why in Buddhism, right, they want to be enlightened, because in Buddhism, right, the human soul is thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, right? That's a very long history. So, you get tired. You want to be able to rest. But if you say, well, I only live for 2,000 years, that's not that long, right? That's why you don't mind keep on living and living and living too, right? So you see the ideas also influences your sense if you want to come back or not. So that's why certain cultures emphasize on nirvana, right? Reaching that state that you don't have to come back. Others, right, represents, right, no, karma is a good thing. You need to come back and keep learning and learning until you get complete. Okay? So we look at the Shen, right? The first thing we have to do is we have to clear, right, or you might say to address the heart pain, right, the heart fire, right? That's the heart pain. Okay? So again, if we look at the things that are very good for clearing heart fire, in the chemical composition is the sesquiterpenes. Right? Sesquiterpenes are very good at helping to clear heart fire. Right? And things that are high in sesquiterpene, right, would be things like German chamomile or blue chamomile. Chamomile, right, would be one that's very good for clearing. Right, so again, it's usually about flowers, something floral, because floral, right, helps, like you see in images, right, of the heart, right, flowering, opening up, right. If it's not in the heart, it's in the third eye, right. And in my tradition, right, the golden flower, right, the jinhua. So anyway, sesquiterpenes are very good for that, and generally it's going to be chamomile, right. Right, which in Chinese, right, is referred to as lan, blue chamomile, or German chamomile, lan ju, right? So it's considered part of the chrysanthemum, right? Because it is part of the aster family, right? The chrysanthemum group, right? Ju hua chrysanthemum, right? Be a white chrysanthemum, right? Which is, we know is a little bit more nourishing, in contrast to yellow chrysanthemum, right? Bai ju hua, right, and Huang Ju Hua. Okay? Right, the white chrysanthemum in herbal medicine nourishes the liver, whereas the yellow chrysanthemum is more for liver fire, traveling into the eyes, affecting the eyes, right? And again, we know that the Shen also manifests itself to the eyes, right? But more importantly, right, the heart represents itself to the tongue. This is the little Shen, right? Right, to the tongue, so it's about communication. It's about self-communication, self-reflection, self-contemplation, right? Self-meditation, because when you meditate, you're talking to yourself. That's what you're really doing in some ways, right? Even though you might be quiet, but even silence has a voice, right? So anyway, right, that's the first aspect of it, right? Using something like chrysanthemum or magnolia, right, could be another consideration, right? Magnolia is more the one link, right? The lung, right, heart relationship, the yi-guan relationship, the relationship between the pole and the shen that is being carried, right, earthbound into the jing to allow you to have conception, okay? So it could be magnolia flowers that we see, right? The shen yan hua, right, or the bai yu lan, right? So magnolia flowers. So that's going to be the first consideration. Again, these are middle notes, with the exception of chrysanthemum, which is a base note. That's why it's a very heavy oil. Okay. Then the second aspect, right? Once we clear fire, we don't feel anxious about living life. I don't feel anxious about my relationship. I don't feel anxious about, you know, I have to have this career and whatever. Right? There's a certain sense that, you know, life is being fulfilled the way it is. Right? So that's part of clearing hot fire. Then, of course, we have to establish that relationship between heart and kidneys. We call that heart-kidney communication. Right? So you have to establish the connection between the shen, the heart, and the jing, right, which is part of your conception, your kidneys, just that conception is the big shen. Right, but here now we have the little shen, right? So just like we're making this one link, lung and heart, we're also making the vertical link of heart and kidney, and that's called establishing heart-kidney communication, okay? And the oils that are useful for helping to establish that heart-kidney communication are are also florals. That's why, again, it's always about blossoming, transformation. Hua, which means to transform, and with the plant radical on top of it, it means flowers. Okay? So we're looking at rose, right? We're looking at jasmine, right? We're looking at narcissus, right? The paper whites, right? We're looking at gardenia, right? So we're looking at the very precious, right, floral oils. Okay? So that's going to be the rose, right? The narcissus, right? The jasmines, right? You have many different type of jasmines too, right? You have, for example, qian li shang. I mean, from thousands of li away. Li is a unit of measure. It's about 1/3 of a mile. I can smell this flower. It's that, right? It's the Jasmonium, right? Granifolium. Right? It has all these petals, right? It's the jasmine that's really rich. Right? It looks almost like a carnation, right? And that's, qian li xiang, right? That we refer to. That's jasmine. Okay. So these help to establish heart-kidney connection. These also increases sperm count, vaginal fluids, right? Hormones, right? These, because they're very, right, they're very base note oils, right? They're very heavy oils, right? They help to stimulate the jing, right? So they're used for erectile dysfunction, right? Impotence, right? Infertility, right? The inability to, right, jing and shen, reproduce, okay? So that's called establishing heart-kidney communication. And then the third aspect, and then we'll end for today, is that you want to bring closure, right? You want to have what we call completion. You want to have this idea that I can return home. And I alluded to that already, right? What brings you home? Dong gui, right? I'm able to gui, to return home, right? Things like dong gui, right? Or again, right? Hui, right? Means to return. Right? Gui means to return, but gui also means to recover, right? That there's a recovery of myself, right? And hui, we know, is things like dai hui shang and xiao hui shang. Fennel, dai hui shang, right? Anise, xiao hui shang. I mean, fennel is xiao hui shang, I should say, right? So xiao, the little returning fragrance is fennel. And dai is anise, right? Both middle notes, and both that stimulates, as we know, the hormonal component of the adrenals, right? So I don't feel this urgency, right? It basically reduces stress hormones, cortisol levels, right? Right, they're moderate or middle note oils. So we try to return home, and again, I'm using it by Chinese character right now to explain how you can return home by using gui or hui, right? So again, hui. Right, so you see the spiral coming back into the circle. That's the word hui, right? When it's, right, creates a picture graph, right? In terms of, right, in contrast to gui, which is a much more complicated character, right, that we see in terms of dong gui, right? So that's the gui context there, okay? So that brings us to our end for today, right? So when working with Shen, what you're doing is first, right, you need to calm the anxiety about something that you want to achieve, right? That's called clearing heart fire, okay? Then you need to establish heart-kidney communication. You have to have a really serious dialogue with yourself, which is a form of cultivation or meditation, right? So you are using oils that are very, very calming, settling, right, for the Shen to go into the Jing. And that again includes things like rose or jasmine, right? Narcissus is a little bit difficult to handle, right? Because sometimes, as even the plant implies, you could be too much of yourself, right? And then you need to, right, return home, right? And in terms of Chinese therapeutics, that's called consolidate the jing, right? And these helps to consolidate the jing, right? At least these are among the herbs, the oils that can consolidate the jing, okay? So tomorrow when we come back, we'll continue to analyze this a little bit more, and then we'll look at the things that sabotages the soul, and those are called parasites, right? Parasites, remember, can be the manifestation of things that I'm not able to let go of. That's why they ferment, and they become worms, right? Things that I cannot let go of is like a corpse that I'm not able to let go of. So that's why we call it C, which means corpse, or Olivia Corn called them death bringers, right? And then we have also the gu, the parasites, which also means phlegm, according to Sun Samao. Okay, so tomorrow we'll look at the parasitic infestations, how to clear that, and then we'll look specifically at your thoughts and your emotions. Okay? So we'll end at this point, and we'll see all of you tomorrow.